This is Retro Sports Radio. Visit RetroSeasons.com for more sports history.
On Thursday, October 6, 1977, the Kansas City Royals faced the New York Yankees at Yankee Stadium for Game 2 of the 1977 ALCS. Kansas City had stole Game 1 of the ALCS at Yankee Stadium, defeating New York 7-2 thanks to scoring 2 runs in each of the first 3 innings. For Game 2, Yankees manager Billy Martin would start rookie Ron Guidry on the mound in hopes to even the series before heading back to Kansas City. This audio recording of Game 2 of the series is from the WMCA radio broadcast, featuring announcers Phil Rizzuto, Frank Messer, Bill White, Mel Allen, and John Sterling.
Yankees are the greatest.
Okay. And I think that's about it. Okay, well, let's see. Quickies. Okay. Quickies. Quickies.
Enterprise, beat me up.
Quickies.
I like to say hello to my best family, the Caffreys.
Okay. And that's it. I'll see you tomorrow, New York. Whew. Namaste.
Real People Radio, WMCA.
Just bought new eyeglasses? Don't throw away your old ones. Mail them to New Eyes for the Needy, Short Hills, New Jersey, 07078. That's New Eyes for the Needy, Short Hills, New Jersey, 07078.
If you're keeping up with your summer tan at home, WMCA Call for Action reminds you that 1 minute of ultraviolet radiation under some sun lamps can be equivalent to 1 hour under the sun.
The Mel Allen John Sterling pregame show is brought to you by Carte Blanche. Since no credit card is accepted everywhere, you should have Carte Blanche, the credit card you need no matter what other credit card you have. And by Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our second pregame show. Obviously, before the second game of what might be a 5-game series, it might be a 4-game series. And if Kansas City wins tonight, Mel Allen, the specter of a 3-game series remains. Tonight becomes, and it will change every day, tonight becomes the most important game that the Yankees have played all year long. If they lose it, they will have dropped both games at home. They will play the remaining 3 in Kansas City, and they will face the best pitcher the Royals have, Dennis Leonard, in a very spacious ballpark tomorrow night.
Dennis Leonard who just won his 20th game. I think it'll be mighty tough to beat in his own ballpark, as John just indicated. You know, John, through the years, and I don't mean to be cynical about this, because after all, it was a great thrill to be able to participate in the World Series, you know, just as a broadcaster. But nonetheless, you figure baseball is a game of percentage. You play 154 games, or did at one time, and then it was extended to 162 games. You go through that entire season, and that's the way it used to be, to determine a pennant winner. And that somehow seemed to be more important to me than winning a world championship for this reason. It all boiled down in a World Series to who happened to be the hottest in a particular week in winning the best 4 out of 7. And one time in the history of baseball, it was the best 5 out of 9. That was long before I got around here. But I guess from the other side of the coin, that's part of the game. I suppose in many sports, Let's take boxing. It's like Billy Conn against Joe Louis. Conn had the fight all wrapped up, but he decided he'd like to finish in a flourish, and so he opened up and tried to knock Louis out, and he was outboxing Joe. That's all Joe needed was that one punch, and he won the fight. But people expected Louis to do it. But here, I'm reminded, John, and jump in here. For example, an individual like the late Gil Hodges. In the World Series, he didn't get a hit against the Yankees. Most people listening in who remember that series, or who read about it, know that masses were said for Hodges, those who were rooting for the Dodgers. But he went hitless in that entire series. Yet he came back the following year, and they couldn't get him out. He had well over 400. The thing is, everything depends on that 1 week, and yet you played 162 games before that to get into a playoff, to determine whether or not you can get into a World Series. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just not in favor of playoffs in any case.
Yeah. I think that's why I mentioned it's so silly for us to pick, or anyone to pick, what's going to happen in a 5-game series or even a 7-game series, especially a 5-game series, which is so short, because anything can happen. And I mentioned the very first game before the Yankees game, I mentioned 2 things that don't figure to happen. You never figure the guy who's over 31 to hit a Grand Slam home run. That was Ron Say. And you do figure that Bake McBride every time is going to go from first to third on a single to right center field, and we discussed why that didn't happen in the first game. What interested me, Mel, we're going to do this program. We're going to be here till 8 o'clock before the Yankee broadcast hits the air, and the program is sold, and we're going to try to give people who are in their cars right now, going to the game or at home, are ready to listen to the game, and their appetite is whetted. Some of the great fun in sports is getting ready for the game.
That's right.
And we're going to talk, but
sometimes that's the most fun.
Sure. It's very tough, though, and I know that we won't do it, to overanalyze. I mean, after all, how many things can you say about yesterday's game? There barely were any controversial plays. Someone said in the newspapers, once your first 2 batters score 2 runs, and you have 6 runs inside of 3 innings, that pretty much tells the story of the game.
And yet let me just interrupt just for a moment, and it sort of points up something we may get into a little bit later. Hassler is supposed to go for Kansas City tonight. If you remember, you and I were talking on this same type show last year. The 3rd game of the series, Hassler started that one, and Kansas City got 3 runs off Doc Ellis in the first inning, but the ball game turned out not to have been over. The Yankees came back to win it. So it just depends how you feel about writing a story or talking about it.
Well, you know what I was going to say? I was kind of intrigued, maybe the wrong word, but maybe amused, too, because I'm sometimes cynical about sports. But I read all 3 New York papers. Now, I didn't read the New York Star Ledger. I didn't read Newsday, and I usually read those newspapers. I read the 3 New York papers, and everyone wrote the game like it's gone.
Right.
It's over. The Yankees lost. They played their worst ball of the year. And I want to hit my head against the wall. Did people think Kansas City couldn't win? They led the big leagues with 102 wins.
Right.
When you look at their lineup, every guy in their lineup is either fast or a good hitter or a good defensive player. Their pitching staff is 9 deep. Some of their players, Cowens, Brett, Otis, the platoon left fielders, Patek and Zeb, are both fast and good hitters and good defensive. There's a hell of a team.
It is an outstanding team. Of course, we'll have to admit that in this area, Kansas City did not get as much exposure, the individuals on the team and therefore the team, as they would have had they represented New York, or even, let's say, the Boston Red Sox, because the Yanks-Red Sox are rivals, or had it been the same people under the banner of the Mets. But it is your job, it's my job, and we've had occasion to follow all the teams, and we talk to people about their teams when we don't have a chance to see them. I've had a chance to see a lot of the other teams more frequently this year because of a certain show that we were doing, and saw a lot of the highlights of many of their games. And, of course, Kansas City didn't surprise me at all in winning yesterday, or even if they'd lost. Could have gone either way. My point is, I agree with you thoroughly. There's a team that's got everything, and if they can put it all together in this given week, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see them sweep the Yankees in 3 games. You see, you take a guy like Collins, everybody's talking, all of a sudden, I read a couple of papers, gee, I wonder how many votes he might get now for MVP. I wonder had he been considered for it. Well, he'd been considered for it long before that ball game yesterday. Is that right?
You know, it's interesting. I read something about the Dodger Phillies, and I honestly, Mel, I shook my head. You could heard everything rattle around in there. Someone wrote in one of the 3 newspapers now that just when Los Angeles fans were about ready to root for the Rams, the Dodger season was over. The Dodgers won yesterday. Well, did they think that, in other words, that it was ordained from heaven that the Dodgers were going to win the first game and win the second and maybe lose the third and win the fourth? You have to win 3 games. And someone asked Garvey after the first game loss, is tomorrow a must game? He said, well, not unless it's a 2 out of 3 series. Well, anyway, you know, the best line of all is a guy interviewed at this time of his life, the great Sphinx, Dwayne Thomas, before the Dallas Super Bowl win. Thomas happened to play great in that win, but
right.
And said to him, Dwayne, you're going to play in the Super Bowl. Do you consider that the ultimate game? And Thomas said, are they going to play it next year? He said, yeah. He said, I guess not.
That's right.
But
beautiful line.
But anyway, we're going to get into the pitching matchups, which really do favor the Yanks tonight. But and we'll try to look at things. But the more you analyze, Mel, the more all this analysis is pure balderdash and poppycock. Because if Patek would draw a walk and McRae would hit a home run, there goes the things of should Rivers steal or should you play hit and run. When they hit the ball over the fence and score 2, 4, 6 runs quick, there isn't any strategy anymore. It's just can you get those runs back?
But it's playing catch-up ball.
Yeah, which is, and you can't run. It really takes your game away, and that's what Kansas City did yesterday, and it was frankly a very, very easy win. Let me say this. My feelings about Kansas City would be the same if they had lost 15-0 yesterday. I'm not saying those things about Kansas City because they won the game. They just happened to win that game. You know, Gullit didn't have it. He hurt his arm. He won't pitch anymore. They hit the home runs. Collins made the plays in right field. But there are no accidents in baseball. In fact, baseball is by far, and Mel Allen knows this far better than I do, having gone through so many seasons, 25, 30 seasons as a major league announcer, going 154 games a year. Mel, there are no accidents in baseball. Baseball is the truest season, isn't it?
That's right. It's, we always say it's a game of percentage, a game of inches, and all that sort of thing, but it actually is. In the long run, again, percentage-wise, the better team will win. I remember once the Yankees fighting for a pennant, but it happened at a proper stage of the season that they lost 9 in a row. Well, generally, you can't afford to lose 9 in a row. However, they had the good fortune to have won 18 in a row before that, so that the record for the month was 18-9. But if you were to lose 9 in a row the last 10 days of the year and you're fighting for first place, it's just when it happens.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember a friend of mine, Dodger fan, teasing me about that, and I said to him, well, they won 18 in a row. They're twice as good as they are bad. Because that was in 53. I don't think they had any problems that year, as I recall. They had tremendous ball club.
What do you take? I remember after you and I were talking yesterday on my way home, I happened to think about a short series. Yankees against the Cardinals in 1942 happened to come across my mind. Because the Yankees won the first game, and they had, fellows like Ruffing and Gomez, a great team all the way around. And lo and behold, the Cardinals also are a good team as far as that's concerned. They swept the next 4. But it all turned on one play in the second game. Ninth inning, the Yankees had a chance to come back and tie. Tuck Steinbach was sent in to run, I think, for Bill Dickey, who just singled. In any case, there was another base hit, and he was on his way to third base. He rounded second, then headed for third by way of left field, and Slaughter threw him out. Anyway, broke the back of the rally. Cardinals then won the ball game and came on to Yankee Stadium and won 3 more in a row. So, the next year, the Yankees came right back and beat the Cardinals. So there you are.
As I said, we don't want to certainly overanalyze. The only thing is that you don't have your chance in a series to show that you're a good ball club if you lose 2 or 3 games in a row. That takes care of the series. And if the Yankees lose the game tonight, their chances really are very slim, because again, based on, they can win 3 games in a row, and they can win on Friday. If they win that, they could win on Saturday. If they win that, they could win on Sunday. But as Mel was saying, it really is the percentage. If you take a ball club as good as Kansas City is, and as good as they are on home, as bad as the Yankees have played on the carpet in Kansas City, the percentage doesn't figure they'd win 3 in a row. Now, you can recall 2 of your great World Series announcing jobs. I was cleaning every pitch in 52 and in 58 when the Yankees had to win 2 in the rival ballparks to close out the series. And they beat the Dodgers in 6 and 7 in Ebbets Field. They beat the Braves 6 and 7 in Milwaukee. I thought that was the best series, the most exciting series.
As a matter of fact, they had to win 3 in a row. I think it only had been done once before. And again, it took a great play in the last game at Yankee Stadium to keep the Braves from beating the Yankees 2 straight World Series. Elston Howard was playing right field that day. He wanted another right-hand hitter on the lineup, and he made a catch, a diving catch of a low liner, sinking liners, just like a fellow diving into a pool without water. And that stopped the Braves' rally. Just one play like that. The Yankees held on, they won, and so they were down 3 games to 1. Now this makes it 3 games to 2.
Right.
Now they go back to Milwaukee. They got Spahn and Burdette. And Fred Haney decided, well, got the edge on. I'm going to give Spahn Burdette an extra day's rest. See, this is before they left to go back to Milwaukee. This was the last game at Yankee Stadium I talk about. I think he threw, was it Bob Rush, the former Cub, big, tall guy. Because he had an overhand delivery. And that's when you could sit in the bleachers, a hot day, white shirts, and that ball was coming right out of those shirts. And that was good thinking on the part of Fred Haney, but this changed the momentum around. And I do believe in momentum in any sport. The Yankees got out there to Milwaukee, and guys like Bob Turley, who generally on the wild side, Ryan Duran certainly on the wild side, they were throwing nothing but strikes. Now figure it out. Why in a World Series, your guys, boom, 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 strike, 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 strike. And you can have the reverse of that. Like we said a while ago, guys are great hitters, but they happen to be in a slump during the series. Yeah. That's the story.
The first of those 2 games in Milwaukee, the Yanks were down. Turley came in early to relieve, or started. Maybe Larson didn't pitch well. Turley pitched maybe from the 3rd inning on or so, and Duran came in, and I was so worried that the Braves were going to score, the series be over. They went to the 10th inning. The Yankees did score, and then somebody hit a humpback line. It looked like it was going to score the run, but McNougal went back a step, made the catch, and next game was tied. And the Yankees broke it up with a rally that culminated with Skowron's home run. Howard got the big hit then. Yogi doubled with 2 out.
Right.
And Howard hit one up the middle for the winning run.
I think Skowron, that was a home run I think I alluded to yesterday in discussing some point.
Yeah.
We were talking about base running and about how a runner who's a great Patek, we were talking about him, how he can annoy a pitcher to the point that he loses concentration on the hitter, and this is what happened with Mantle up. With Skowron up, Mantle was worrying the pitches so much, he laid one in there, and Skowron put it up in the left center field seats.
It is 7:33 at WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York, Real People Radio. Now, Mel and I are going to be back in a moment to talk about the game itself. And the only reason I haven't done it thus far is You know, you can talk games to death, but the games are played between the lines. But well, we'll have a look anyway at Hassler and certainly at Ron Guidry, and we'll get back right after this.
Voice recorder on. Oxygen masks on.
You're listening to the sound of one of the world's great air forces.
Hydraulic systems on and checked.
An air force with more planes at its disposal than Russia or even America.
Ground equipment clear.
An air force that flies more often and to more places than any airline in the world. It's Emory, the Air Force in air freight. At Emory, we have more than just a fleet of planes at our command. We have a fleet of airlines where we reserve space on key flights of practically every airline carrying packages. And we use hundreds of offline commuter and charter planes, even planes of our own where airline service is weak. We also have thousands of people, thousands of trucks, and hundreds of offices waiting for us on the ground.
Control, this is TWA 463, ready for takeoff.
The next time you have a package to ship, don't just ship it with an air freight company or even a package-only airline. Ship it with an Air Force. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
It's 25 minutes before 8. We'll be going up to Yankee Stadium at 8 o'clock. And right now for Carte Blanche, here's Mel.
If you happen to be going up to Yankee Stadium for the World Series, if we get that far, start up a little earlier. If you feel hungry, in other words, next time you have an appetite for fine Chinese food, I suggest you go directly to Billy Hong's. That's at 133 West 52nd Street here in New York, and Carte Blanche it. Billy Hong's is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style, with your Carte Blanche card. Because people know Carte Blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a Carte Blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can Carte Blanche your airline tickets, Carte Blanche your rented car, Carte Blanche your hotel bill, and even Carte Blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. So keep your card with you wherever you go, will you? And Carte Blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Billy Hong's. Carte Blanche it, friends, and you'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
Well, Mel, Ron Guidry has to pitch well, and I guess if you're looking at Guidry, I guess you have to look at the very, very first inning. We made this point about Gullett before, and I guess we can make it about Guidry. Guidry has the only bad habit, he's had a fabulous year, and the only bad habit he's had is true of most young, hard-throwing pitchers who tend to overthrow in order to throw harder. And he doesn't have to overthrow.
No, he's got good power as it is.
But and then when you overthrow, usually the ball is going to be high out of the strike zone.
That has been, in fact, I think that was his trouble last start. He was trying to be too powerful. And as John just said, his natural velocity is sufficient to overpower most hitters. But when you try to give it that little extra, particularly at the outset of a game, you start out wild. And when you do that, then you start to press. And when you start to press, then you're not relaxed. I always love that expression, John, relaxed tension. The two words, of course, are opposed to one another in their meanings. But in the world of sports, they always tell you, you have to be tense enough to be alert, to be ready, and yet relaxed enough to be able to execute according to your ability. And when you mentioned the relative youth of Ron Guidry, he's, I think, 26. Pitchers are the latest to mature, generally speaking. Once in a while you get a youngster that's quite mature, but pitchers, they become pitchers instead of throwers when they get to be around 28, 29, even 30, because then they learn how to set a hitter up instead of just relying on raw speed or just the raw ability. And through this season, I think that Guidry, who is now 26, he had some spectacular games out at Syracuse last year. But I think the thing that interests me more than anything else, John, is the possibility of a dramatic story. Ron Guidry, ready to be cut, looked awful in spring training. And yet somebody said, let's keep him. Let's see what he does. And they did. And he turned out to be just about the best pitcher the Yankees had all year because of injuries to Figueroa and Hunter and Gullett and others.
There's a very good story that when you've been around sports as long as we have, one may think that the story tends to be apocryphal. I don't know if it is or not, but as you said, Guidry had a terrible spring. And allegedly, Billy Martin came to him one day. He said, look, he said, tell me who you can get out, and I will pitch you against him. So you get someone out, you know. And but as you say, they kept Guidry around, and then with the injuries and in no time at all, people soon discovered, hey, his starts are very good. He had trouble finishing. He did not have that trouble from the latter part of the summer on. There's no problem tonight. Tonight is 55, 60 degrees. Great pitcher's weather. I mean, they just don't get tired. And I would say if Guidry has a good first, you know, it's a great test right away for both sides. Freddie Patek, I'm sure, will lead off. And it worked for Herzog yesterday. Gullett was wild. I didn't come near the strike zone. And Patek is going to go up, and I'm sure Herzog's going to say, Freddie, take a couple of pitches. Let's see if he's going to get the ball over the plate. I'm sure Guidry is going to concentrate on getting the ball over the plate. Patek is not exactly liable to hurt him with a long ball. And I would say if Guidry has a pretty strong first 2 innings, he's going to be in very good shape.
I agree with you. And that's why I'm anxious to see exactly what Billy Martin's starting lineup's going to be tonight. I always like to go along. Maybe that's not quite a good way to put it. I mean, I always appreciated the philosophy behind making up a lineup that most managers have. Naturally, you got to have the horses. Let's take the Chicago White Sox in one given year. The leadoff man was Luis Aparicio. So let's say he is somewhat like Patek today. Louis was fast. He stole a lot of bases. But who hit second? A guy named Nellie Fox, a left-hand hitter, made contact. He could bunt. He could bunt toward third. He could drag down toward first. He could spray the ball around over third, short, second, first. Struck out maybe 12, 15 times a year. Tough man to get out. The additional aspect of being a left-hand hitter gave Aparicio that extra step because the catcher, he has to move back just a little bit so he can look at that runner. Although you steal on the pitcher most of the time, 90% or better, he still is that much further behind the plate. And then when he has to throw, I've seen Fox and name many others who are currently playing, they sort of lean over in front of that catcher and he's ready to throw, so they block him a little bit. And yesterday we had Greg Nettles hitting second. Greg is a power hitter. He's not what you would call normally a number 2 hitter, but I can understand it from the standpoint of wanting perhaps to get off to a quick lead.
Also, with McRae, who goes to the right side, batting in back of Patek. If Patek gets on base, you have to hold him on. That opens up a big hole for a guy like McRae. Nettles is a pull hitter. He wasn't able to pull yesterday. But if Rivers gets on base, and he was on base all the time yesterday, the thinking, I would think, is that Nettles is going to be able to pull the ball. If he hits a ground ball, it may go through because the first baseman is holding the runner on. I think that's why the Braves for years used to use Eddie Matthews batting second at times, which you'd say, gee, why would you use Matthews, guy who had over 500 home runs batting second? Because they had a lot of power in the lineup, as do the Yankees. But if he hits a ground ball, it's got a great chance to go through if someone's on base. Well, I want you to talk for a minute about Andy Hassler because you have his pitching line. We're going to do that in a minute.
All right.
Andy Hassler is the Royals' gamble pitcher. Not as much of a gamble because they won the first game, because the Royals have a lot of options at their disposal. We'll talk about Andy Hassler in just a moment. It is 16 minutes before 8. And we'll get back with more of our pregame right after this.
This is Dave Kingman. It's a great feeling to be a winner. That's why, when I need a car to depend on, there's only one place to go for it, Jim Smith Chevrolet in Spring Valley. At Jim Smith Chevrolet, they treat everyone like a winner every time. And you'll feel like a winner when you see the complete selection of fabulous new 78 Chevys and used cars and trucks, including hard-to-get models you thought no one carried. If you're like me, your time is valuable. With 52 service bays and 18 factory-trained mechanics at your disposal, you'll get immediate attention and service for your car. They even have their own paint and body shop and over $175,000 worth of parts in stock. If you live anywhere within an hour or so of South Route 45 in Spring Valley, Jim Smith Chevrolet should be your dealer. Just stop in and tell them Dave Kingman sent you. You'll get the finest care and attention. And if you're a licensed driver, you'll even get an autographed baseball, one per family, while they last. You're really a winner with Jim Smith Chevrolet.
It's 15 minutes before 8, and right now for Carte Blanche, here is Mel Allen.
Friends, the next time you have a real hearty appetite for fine American food, go directly to Charlie O's at 33 West 48th Street in New York and Carte Blanche it. Charlie O's is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. And I know Charlie O's because I've been over there. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style, and some special dishes you don't get at home. And you can get it with your Carte Blanche card because people know Carte Blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a Carte Blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can Carte Blanche your airline tickets, Carte Blanche your rented car, Carte Blanche your hotel bill even, and even Carte Blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and Carte Blanche your way through over 250,000 doors all across the country, including Charlie O's. Carte Blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
Well, Mel, tonight, the Royals, since they won, can line up their Kansas City pitchers, Dennis Leonard and Jim Colburn, who are right-handers, and if they need a fifth-game starter, if there is a fifth game, Paul Splitoff, I know, will come back. So tonight they're going with the left-hand pitcher, Andy Hassler, who has pitched against the Yankees before and has pitched fairly well. Now, before we go any further, he is backed up by 4 or 5 pitchers. I'm not going to go through their stats, but if Kansas City stays close in the middle innings or early innings, Whitey Herzog has 2 left-handers to pitch, Steve Manguri and Larry Gura, and 3 right-handers to pitch, Doug Bird, Mark Littell, and Marty Patton. And he can alternate them depending on which part of the Yankee lineup is going on. If the game is a slug, oddly enough, if the game is a slugfest, if it's one of those 8-7, 10-9 games where you have to use a lot of people and no one's effective, Kansas City has much more pitching depth than the Yankees, much more, and they would, ironically enough, even though the Yankees have the power, ironically enough, Kansas City would stand a better stead. So I would think that Herzog would like 4 or 5 innings out of Hassler, keep it close, 2-1, 3-2, one way or the other, and then he can use different relief pitches depending on who's coming up. Now, what kind of a year did Hassler have?
Well, just before I give you his stats for the year, just to back up what you said, in winning 102 games, they had 5 men in double-digit figures in the win column.
And I want to ask something. During, and I know you'll agree with me, except for Bob Grimm one year and Turley one year, his Cy Young year, in the 50s, when the Yanks won a pennant every year, and 54 they didn't win, but they won 103 games, they won a pennant every year in the 50s now, except 54 and 59. Right. That was true of the Yankees. They didn't have 20-game winners.
That came from Joe McCarthy. He always had 4 good starters, but he liked to give them rest here and there. Instead of starting on every 4th day, he'd make sure they each got rests of the starting 4. So he had a lot of guys that, like an Atlee Donald had 12-0, I think, one year. But a lot of guys won 15 games, 16 games, 14 games. And then he always had a couple of good guys in the bullpen, a righty and a lefty. And those pitchers who were the number 5, 6, and 7 pitchers who were spot starters. They also became the long relief men when needed, just as you pointed out a little bit ago. Hassler this year did not have an outstanding earned run average, but then you have to analyze that and try to examine it to see how important it is, just like a .330 hitter. When did he get his hits? Were they productive or not? He had an earned run average of 4.20, but he won 9 games, lost 6, made 29 appearances, 27 of them were starts. He only completed 3 games, but again, to back up what you said, Whitey Herzog had men in the bullpen to bring him in when Hassler started to fade a little bit. He pitched 1 shutout. He worked a total of 156 in the 3rd innings, allowed 166 hits, gave up 88 runs, 73 earned, only 7 homers, 75 walks, and 83 strikeouts. So he does have a tendency, obviously, there toward wildness. But the left-handed pitching and being tall, he's 6'5", again, is to neutralize the Yankees' long ball power, just what Splittorff did yesterday.
How many innings did he pitch?
He pitched 156 in the 3rd.
And he struck out 83, which is not a great ratio, but obviously he can strike out some batters. The one statistic which I think is revealing is the one you hit on. They would like you to have 2-to-1 strikeouts to walks, and his was even. And that's not good. That means he was striking out, 5 or 6 guys a game. It also meant he was walking by 5 or 6 guys a game, and that would get you in trouble. So if you can look to Hassler at the beginning of the game, again, if you want a little analysis to go on and you can see if it works or not, maybe we're all wrong, you can look for the Yankees maybe to take a couple of pitches. Because that also depends on the guys. Rivers never takes any pitch. You can't walk Mickey Rivers. You can throw the ball behind him, it wouldn't walk him. But Nettles will take pitches, and Vanilla would take pitches.
You also have this situation, but you know, John, there are certain pitchers that are good against certain kinds of ball clubs, just as there's certain hitters can hit certain types of pitchers. All Eddie Lopat had to do was throw his glove out there on the field, and Hoot Evers, who played for the Detroit Tigers, and later he was an administrative official for the Indians, we always kidded about Lopat being Evers' cousin. Hoot could go up there blindfolded and get 3-4 hits off Lopat, and it can be the reverse of that.
He picked him up at the airport, huh?
Yeah.
Well, the town.
Well, Hassler may be one of those fellows whose motion and whose style of pitching is not the kind the Yankees particularly like to face because of the nature, the balance of their ball club. Just like yesterday with Splittorff. 2 tall left-handers, almost the same kind of motion, same type pitching. Again, I have to say, as was written about in a couple of the papers I read today, but we were aware of it yesterday in watching the ball game, the Yankees got 1 scratch hit, I think, out of their real power.
The big guys, right?
The big guys. Yeah. And this is what Whitey Herzog is figuring on tonight. And if Hassler doesn't come through, as a matter of fact, he made his major league debut against the Yankees, and he did well against them. And his first start against them at the Yankee Stadium, he did well for a number of innings, but then had to have relief later on.
Well, I'm sure that Herzog right now would take 4 innings of the score being even or 1 run apart. He just doesn't want to be down 3-0 or 4-0 because if Guidry gets past the first couple innings, you have to feel Guidry's going to pitch his normal 7 or 8 very strong innings, giving up a run or 2. We'll get back with more right after this from Emory.
Have you ever gone to the airport to get your package on a plane?
Taxi! The airport, please.
I don't know what it is about this cab, but it just refuses to go to the airport at rush hour. Probably afraid of planes.
Taxi!
When you finally get there, you're almost sorry you did.
Could either of you gentlemen tell me where the World International Counter is?
Sure, it's right over that way.
No, Charlie, it's over that way.
And when you get to where you're going, you have to be lucky to get your package to where it's going.
Hi, I'd like to get this package on your next plane to Fargo, North Dakota, please. And why are you shaking your head?
See that plane taking off?
Yeah.
That was our next plane to Fargo, North Dakota.
There's an easier way. Call Emery. We'll pick your package up and rush it to the airport. And instead of your package waiting for a plane, chances are you'll find a plane waiting for your package. You'll also find that Emery goes to more places both here and abroad than any other air freight company.
Hello, Emery? Help.
Emery, the Air Force in air freight.
And now another word for carte blanche from Mel.
Thanks, John. And folks, next time you have an appetite for fine steak, for fine steakhouse food, go directly to United States Steakhouse at 120 West 51st Street in New York and carte blanche it. United States Steakhouse is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style, with your carte blanche card, because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline tickets, carte blanche your rented car, carte blanche your hotel bill, and you can even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors all across the country, including United States Steakhouse. My mouth is watering just thinking about it, John. Carte blanche it, friends, and you'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
Very tough at this hour to keep reading all these commercials for great restaurants.
Right.
Now, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Because we've talked about, what Herzog would like out of Hassler, and it is somewhat presumptive of us because, as you know, who knows what's going to happen in a baseball game. Andy Hassler go out and pitch a one-hit shutout. And that's happened before and will always happen. Now, we presume that Guidry will pitch a very strong game. The Yankees have to hope it. But, Mel, the Yankees cannot wait. They can't afford to wait. If they don't win this game, they can say some brave things about going to Kansas City, winning 3 in a row, but their prospects are bleak. Who does Billy Martin bring in? How quickly does he relieve Guidry when the Yanks fall behind by a run or 2 or 3? And that is putting you on the spot, I know, because the Yankees have very few pitchers.
That's the whole point. You're not putting me on the spot with that, and if you did, I couldn't be put on the spot by a more knowledgeable and nicer guy. How about that? Did that get off all right? Okay.
I like it.
Okay. But they just don't have anybody. That is to say, you eliminate Holtzman, Clay, he's not experienced enough. Figueroa and Torres, they're hoping that they'll be ready to start and have a reason for starting them in Kansas City. But I guess he'll have to run Lyle in there as quick as possible and then hope for the best.
And that's probably
the only way you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, that's probably, Tidrow pitched 7 innings yesterday.
Right.
And I guess that's exactly what you'd have to do. If it's 3-2 in the 4th inning, and maybe Kansas City's up 3-2, and they've got the bases loaded, 1 out, and a hit or 2 is going to blow up in that game, I guess he'd have to come in with Lyle and hope that Lyle's going to pitch 4 or 5 strong innings for him.
Try to piece a little bit together. See, it's unlike the Dodgers and the Phillies because they have a day off for traveling, and so they have that. The pitchers have a day of rest, but here there is no day off for traveling, which is important.
That's the one thing that can truly alter the game tonight is if Guidry is behind in the game and runs into trouble early, because Lyle is probably the only Yankee pitcher. That's ridiculous to say, but it's true that they can bring in. We'll get back with a final word on the Yankees and Royals tonight right after this.
Herman, go to sleep. It's late.
I can't. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your factory in Fresno should have just received that package you sent. That package that was holding up a production line of who knows how many people, costing you who knows how much money. So you can't sleep.
I wonder if they got it.
Got what, Herman? Who are you talking to at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Nothing. Forget it.
And when you try to count sheep, you wind up counting dollars and cents instead.
Maybe I should call them.
Maybe you should call them, Herman, but call them in the other room.
So you decide to call your air freight company just for a little assurance. But nobody's home. Maybe you got the wrong number, or maybe what's worse, you got the wrong air freight company. Because at Emery Air Freight, no matter what hour of the day or night you call us, we'll not only answer the phone, we'll answer your questions. So the next time you want an air freight company that's in when you call us in the first place. Emery, the Air Force in air freight.
Okay, we have to skedaddle. Mel, I'll see you along the third base coaching lines and then back here for our post game.
Don't be surprised if you see me in there in relief tonight.
No, I know you've been warming up your arm. We'll see you right after the ball game. Stay tuned for the Yanks and Royals. John Sterling, I'll see you right after the game.
The Mel Allen John Sterling pregame show is brought to you by Carte Blanche. Since no credit card is accepted everywhere, you should have Carte Blanche, the credit card you need no matter what other credit card you have. And by Emery, the Air Force and air freight.
Start thinking straight. Start thinking White Castle straight. White Castle burgers are so straight, we even make them square. A different burger with a different taste, day and night, everywhere. Start thinking straight, get straight to White Castle, see you there.
Let's not even mention the beef. Let's get straight to things like White Castle's delicious buns. We bake them with a special recipe to hold in the natural juices of our lean red beef ham. Oh, I'm not supposed to mention beef this time. But you can't mention anything at White Castle without getting straight back to that straight square hamburger. You might as well try to talk about my kid brother without mentioning stupidity.
Start thinking straight. White Castle puts a different taste on your plate. Bring the whole family straight inside and have a meal to share. Your beef White Castle steaming hot. Hit the spot, cause we can't. Start thinking straight. Get straight to White Castle. See you there.
See you there.
The New York Yankee pregame show is brought to you by Quasar Quality TV, the best way to watch the World Series, and by Spaten Beer, importers of Spaten Oktoberfest beer, and by New York, New Jersey Pontiac dealers. There's one in your area.
On the New York Yankee pregame show just before game number 2 of the American League playoffs. Well, the Kansas City Royals gave the Yankees more than they could handle yesterday afternoon. The Yankees will try to come back tonight with Ron Guidry on the mound. Andy Hasler, a left-hander, will pitch for Kansas City. What about the opening game of the playoffs? What can we expect tonight? I'm going to put that question to a gentleman I've admired in this game of baseball for a good many years. Veteran infielder Cookie Rojas of the Kansas City Royals. And I'll be back to talk baseball with Cookie in just 1 minute.
Quasar scores again with 2 sensational World Series specials. Now you can see the series in brilliant Quasar color and save over $100 from the manufacturer's recommended retail price on a giant screen works-in-a-drawer Quasar color console TV. Big 25-inch diagonal picture, 100% solid-state service miser chassis for outstanding reliability. Super Instamatic color tuning, Matrix Plus picture tube, and many other advanced Quasar features. And it's specially priced to let you watch the series from the best seat in the house, only $488.88 at your participating Quasar dealer. Save over $50 from manufacturer's suggested retail price on a Quasar 12-inch diagonal portable color TV, now at the spectacular low price of $258.88 at your Quasar dealer. Only $258.88 for a quality Quasar portable with 100% solid-state servo miser chassis, inline matrix picture tube, automatic fine-tuning, and it uses less energy than a 75-watt light bulb. 2 great World Series specials, and they're at your Quasar dealer. See them now at Sunset Stores, all locations, and Trader Horn, all stores.
Cookie Rojas, 16 years in the major leagues. You've announced your retirement after the series, or the World Series, if Kansas City is in it, is over. let's call upon your 16 years in the major leagues and look at yesterday's ball game and also tonight's game. What was the big factor yesterday? I was surprised at the power the Royals showed.
Well, this year, compared to last year, the Kansas City Royals had a lot of younger players last year with a lot of inexperience. And I believe that the hitters that we have in our ball club have come through what we call the period of experience and the knowledge of the game, and Charlie Lau has helped them. First last year, he make him learn how to walk, and then this year they finally started running. Well, by that I mean the kids are learning how to hit the ball, and then Charlie this year and the organization believed that they had to hit for more power. They knew how to hit then, and then what pitcher to look for to try to go for the long ball. After the first game over here, of course, in a small series, anything can happen. I think the key point was Gollett yesterday, of course, wasn't in one of his best days. He was behind all the hitters all the time. It happened to Freddie Patek, walk in the first inning, and then Hal McRae, after he got behind, came with 2 strikes and finally hit a home run, and we got ahead in the first inning. And the long ball was the key of the ball game. Al Cowens hit another home run, and then John Mayberry hit another one. Freddie Patek came with 2 men on bases, hit a double with 2 outs. And I think that this ball club have matured more from last year compared to this year. And I think that winning the first game, of course, is a big step towards the championship. Although the Yankees have a tremendous ball club, they've been known as the beginning of the season in '77 when they lost 5 or 6 games straight. They came back and finally won their division. It's not going to be easy. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Cookie Rojas, did you guys have any idea yesterday that Don Gullett was hurting, that his arm or shoulder was sore?
No, we sure didn't. He had pitched the 2 games against the Kansas City Royals this year, and pitched very well, beat us both games. He's a man that had experience in this kind of series and a World Series pitcher, and he's a money pitcher. And I think our advantage, which he didn't show us in the last 2 times that he pitched against us, was his control. Before, he was ahead of the hitters all the time, and he didn't give us too much opportunities. I think he hurt himself, yesterday by walking a lot of guys, and I think this is what hurt him.
I was surprised about 2 things: Patek in the leadoff spot, and the fact that Freddie went up there and was looking for a walk. He's usually a very aggressive hitter. He walks very seldom, even though he's a small guy.
Well, Whitey Herzog talked to us, before the game, and of course, I think maybe his idea, I think he's playing it to the press, was that Freddie is 5'4". He know that Gollett is a high ball pitcher. And the chances for him to get on base was a lot better than having somebody else leading him off, and it paid off that way. Freddie walked the first time up and took a lot of pitches from him, and I think most of our hitters did, and they got ahead of him. And it's like everything else. If a pitcher gets ahead of a hitter, he's got the advantage. If the hitter gets ahead of the pitcher, he's got the advantage, and it paid off for us.
My guest on the Yankee pregame show tonight is veteran infielder Cookie Rojas, and we'll be back in just 2 minutes.
Say, you imported beer drinkers, if you tried Spaten beer and liked it, we've still got another great taste experience for you. Every year during the last week in September, the Lord Mayor of Munich, Germany, walks over to a certain keg of beer and taps it. When he drinks the first glass, that's the signal Munich's famous Oktoberfest has begun. Know what that first keg of beer tapped is? Spaten Oktoberfest beer. That's right. It's specially brewed in March, so it can age properly and be ready for the wonderful fall festival held in the city so famous for beer. Spaten Oktoberfest. What a celebration in great beer taste. Spaten, the original Oktoberfest beer, is between light and dark in color with a delightful aroma of malt and hops. And this crisp brown brew has a taste so right for the autumn season. Spaten, quality you can trust since 1397. Spaten, probably the world's most expensive beer to brew. Spaten Oktoberfest, imported for your pleasure every fall by Sieb Distributors, Brooklyn, New York.
Friends, it's that time of year again. Time to see and compare all the new 78 cars. And Pontiac is ready with the finest lineup in their history. No wonder they're calling 78 their best year yet. Your Pontiac dealer has a real winner in every size, from the sporty subcompact Sunbirds all the way up to the super luxurious Bonnevilles. The biggest news is the new mid-sized Pontiacs, Grand Prix and Le Mans. Both these longtime superstars have been completely redesigned for today's driving. They're trimmer than last year, but there's more headroom, more legroom, and usable trunk space. And for sheer looks inside and out, Grand Prix and Le Mans live up to their legendary reputations. So stop in at your Pontiac dealer and let him show you the newest looks on the road. It's his best year yet, and he wants the deal, believe me. Remember, if you haven't talked to your Pontiac dealer, let me tell you, you haven't shopped for a car.
Your pitcher yesterday, Cookie Rojas, Paul Splitoff, was able to handle the Yankee left-hand hitters very well. Nettles, Chambliss, and so on. Now, what about Andy Hassler tonight? Did he go to school on yesterday's ball game? Will he pitch the same kind of game that Splitoff pitched yesterday?
Well, Andy's capable of doing that. I think he has a tremendous fastball, a ball that runs all over the place, and he's got good breaking pitches. The only thing that had kept Hassler by to be a successful pitcher, is his control. So I believe that if he has his control tonight, he can beat anybody in baseball, and only the Yankees. Now, if he's behind the hitters all the time, and then he can really get hurt, like it's happened, a couple of times to him. But he does have the ability. He has good breaking ball, a good fastball. He turns the ball over, and has a good changeup. The key to him tonight will be that if he can stay ahead of the hitters, then he'll be all right.
One thing that surprised me again, going back to yesterday's ball game, late in the game, the Yankee hitters were swinging at the first pitch for the most part. They weren't waiting Splitoff out. Now, will they have to wait Hassler out tonight?
Well, as you know, when you get 6-run lead, like we did yesterday, it's an advantage for Splitoff, throughout the ball game. He could challenge a hitter more. He didn't have to be afraid about the long ball, and that's an advantage. If you score first and early, and your pitcher, all they have to do, is just to throw strikes and hope that their defense can do the job. And that's what baseball is all about. The only play that you can defend in baseball is a walk. That's the one that's going to hurt you on the long run.
Ron Guidry pitches tonight for the Yankees. Cookie Rojas, just a word or two, your thoughts about Ron Guidry. What perhaps scouting report you might have on him?
I'll tell you that I say that Guidry is one of the best left-handed pitchers there is in baseball today. His pitch against us, he has one of the most overpowering fastballs in the league. He's got a good breaking ball. And what I like about him is his guts. He goes out and challenges you, and he says, here it is, hit it if you can. His poise is tremendous, and he never loses his control of his person, and I think that he's one of the best pitchers there is in the league, no question about that.
Cookie Rojas, may I say this, a great career on your part. The best of luck in whatever you pursue in the future.
Appreciate that very much. I hope to stay in baseball, and I think I hope to die in baseball.
Cookie Rojas, you've given us all a lot of great moments. For appearing as a guest on our pregame show, you'll receive Son of a Gun, Clairol's new 1,200-watt Pro-Type lightweight hair dryer. It's fast, powerful, your hair will look terrific. Son of a Gun by Clairol. I'm Frank Messer, and now stay tuned for New York Yankee baseball.
The New York Yankee pregame show is brought to you by Quasar Quality TV, the best way to watch the World Series, and by Spaten Beer, importers of Spaten Oktoberfest beer, and by New York, New Jersey Pontiac dealers. Here's one in your area.
This is WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. Hi, I'm Sally Jesse Raphael, here with you every day from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We try to exchange ideas and ideologies to produce a better product. You. Join us, won't you?
There is a law on the books in Nassau County. It requires perishable items on supermarket shelves be clearly marked with an expiration date, beyond which that item cannot be sold. It is the law, and violators are subject to stiff fines. The man who made that law a reality is Hempstead Town Supervisor Al D'Amato. The computer price code in supermarkets was confusing and misleading, so D'Amato sponsored legislation which requires a legible price on each item. Consumers have a right to know what the price is. That's why Supervisor D'Amato wrote that law. D'Amato, along with Councilman Gene Weisbein, Jim Bennett, and Marty Bernstein, are working together for consumers and the residents of Hempstead Town. Vote to make Al D'Amato presiding supervisor. Then vote the entire D'Amato-Bennett team on Election Day. You'll find them on Row B, working hard for the consumer. Just one reason why you should vote to make Al D'Amato presiding supervisor.
Paid for by the Town of Hempstead Republican Committee.
This New York Yankee game is being brought to you by the Taste of Champions Rheingold Extra Dry Beer and by Champion Spark Plugs. Champion reminds you that the fresher your plugs, the better your mileage. Pharmacraft, makers of Cruex and Desonex. By Yoo-Hoo, America's #1 chocolate drink. Household Finance Corporation, where people use their money to get the most out of life. Rickel Home Centers for lumber, building materials, paint, and hardware. Geno's in New Jersey for 100% sirloiners and Kentucky Fried Chicken. AC Delco Auto Parts. Getty Gasoline, the oil company that gives you more for your dollar. Stadium in New York. Here is New York Yankee baseball and the second game of the American League Championship Series. The Yankees and the Kansas City Royals. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Merrill sings our national anthem. It's time for baseball, and the second game of the playoffs. The Yankees are down by a game, having lost yesterday afternoon 7-1 to the, or rather 7-2 to the Kansas City Royals. Tonight, Ron Guidry will be on the mound for the Yankees, and left-hander Andy Hassler will pitch for Kansas City. I'm Frank Messer, along with Phil Rizzuto and Bill White for the ball game tonight, and I'll be back with the starting lineups and the start of tonight's championship game in just 2 minutes.
Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? Do yourself a favor and join the super flavor of America's favorite chocolate drink. It's got real goodness, protein goodness, and cool, refreshing taste. It's the chocolate charge up that's non-carbonated. Doesn't even have to be refrigerated. So isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo chocolate drink? It's so delicious, Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
When a chocolate soft drink is #1 in the USA, it's got to have something going for it. Yoo-hoo does. Great taste, rich and creamy, really refreshing. And Yoo-hoo chocolate drink contains high-quality protein made from 99% fat-free milk. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo, America's favorite chocolate drink? It's Yogi Berra's favorite, too. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink, the action drink for action people. Yoo-hoo is another fine product of Iroquois Brands.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all, quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle. If all you need is money, come on into HFC. Come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
You could have what you've been wanting this summer with an HFC shopper's loan. Maybe you want an air conditioner to get you through the heat wave, or money for a boat so you can make your own waves. Well, come on into HFC for a shopper's loan.
Come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in, come on in, come on in to HFC.
Household finance. People use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Kansas City Royals Royals. Leading off and playing shortstop, Freddie Patek. He was 2 for 4 yesterday, a key double to drive in 2 runs. The designated hitter and number 2 batter is Hal McRae. He went 1 for 5. His one hit a 2-run homer. Playing third base, George Brett. Brett was 0 for 5. In right field, Al Cowens. Cowens had a solo home run, going 3 for 4. Amos Otis will be in center field and bat fifth. John Mayberry will hit 6th and play first base. Mayberry also homered in the Royals' attack yesterday. Joe Zebb will be in left field and bat 7th. Catching and hitting 8th, Darrell Porter, and playing second base and batting 9th, Frank White. A left-hander, Andy Hassler, with a record on the year of 9 wins and 6 losses, will pitch for Kansas City. For the New York Yankees, Mickey Rivers will lead off and play center field. He was 3 for 4 yesterday. Greg Nettles will be at third base and bat second. Thurman Munson, who accounted for the 2 Yankee runs with a 2-run homer, will catch and bat third. Reggie Jackson will be in right field and hit 4th. The left fielder and number 5 hitter is Lou Piniella. Cliff Johnson is the designated hitter, batting 6th. Chris Chambliss will be at first base and hit 7th. Willie Randolph at second base, batting 8th. And playing shortstop for the Yankees and batting 9th, Bucky Dent. On the mound, Ron Guidry, who won 16 and lost 7 during the regular season. The umpires for tonight's ball game: at home plate, Russ Getz. At first base, Jim McKeon. At second base, Marty Springstead. At third base, Nick Remigan. In left field, Bill Deegan. And in right field, Jerry Neudecker. Guidry has completed his warm-up throws. Fred Patek, a right-hand batter, steps in, and we're ready for baseball here at Yankee Stadium. Patek was 2 for 4 yesterday. One of his 2 hits, a key 2-run double. The windup in the first pitch of the game is over but low, and we're underway as Guidry started Patek off with a breaking ball. Guidry has the sign, comes in with a fastball for a strike letter high in the inside corner. It's 1-1. The Yankees defense, Patek up the middle with the outfield spread. Temperature at game time, 61 degrees, and Patek looks at strike 2 called. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Patek. Hal McRae is on deck. A must game for the Yankees. The windup by Guidry, the pitch. Bouncing ball slowly to short, charging Dent. He throws, he's out, and there's one away. Patek is out on a slow bouncer to Bucky Dent. And the batter will be Hal McRae. McRae, the designated hitter, a right-hand batter. After Patek walked on 4 pitches in the first inning yesterday afternoon, Hal McRae slammed a home run to give the Royals a 2-0 lead, a lead they never relinquished, going on to win the ball game by a final score of 7-2. The Yankee infield up the middle, the outfield spread, the pitch misses outside, ball 1. Lou Piniella is in left, Mickey Rivers in center, Reggie Jackson in right. The windup by Guidry, the slender left-hander deals, letter high, and it's 1-1. Greg Nettles at third base, Bucky Dent at shortstop, Willie Randolph at second, Chris Chambliss at first, with Thurman Munson catching. Here's the 1-1 pitch to McRae. Breaking ball misses, and the count is 2-1. Munson turns around to plate umpire Russ Getz on that call. 2 balls and a strike. Guidry rocks and offers high. No question about that one, and the count is 3-1. On the coaching lines for the Royals, Chuck Hiller at third, Steve Boros at first. 3-1 pitch, foul back on a big swing by McRae. 3-2. One out, nobody on. No score here in the top half of the first inning. Ron Guidry, straight as a ramrod, takes the sign from Munson, the 3-2 pitch. Fouled in the upper deck on the first base side. And the count holds at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Guidry posted an earned run average of 2.82 during the regular season. And he comes in high, ball 4. He loses Hal McRae on a walk. The batter will be George Brett, the third baseman. Brett went 0 for 5 yesterday. He is a left-hand hitter. This is Guidry's first start in ALCS competition. He made an appearance in last year's playoffs as a pinch runner. After being used in relief in 6 of his first 7 appearances this year, Ron has since made 24 consecutive starts. Left-hander to left-hander. The runner goes. The pitch is taken high. Munson's throw, a good throw, and he is safe as he kicks the ball away from Bucky Dent. Hal McRae steals second. The throw had him beat, but he knocked the ball away on the slide into Bucky Dent and is safe at second. And now Billy Martin is coming out. Billy Martin is coming out to discuss the play with second base umpire Marty Springstead. It was a good throw from Thurman Munson, but in going in, McRae evidently just kicked the ball away or knocked it away from Bucky Dent. There will not be a stolen base given. An error will be charged to Bucky Dent, the shortstop. An error is charged to Bucky Dent, as in the opinion of the official score, and on second thought, an excellent ruling. Thurman Munson's throw was just about perfect out to second base and had McRae beaten. But Bucky Dent could not handle it. The ball was kicked away, and an error is charged to Yankee shortstop Bucky Dent. So McRae is at second with 1 out, a count of 1-0 on Brett, and the pitch is swung on and fouled back. 1 ball and 1 strike. Brett during the regular season batted .312. Last year he won the American League batting title on the final day of the season, edging out his teammate Hal McRae, who is roosted right now down at second base. The on-deck batter is Al Collins. 1-1 pitch. Foul back just below us. Ron Guidry last pitched on Friday, losing to the Detroit Tigers 5-2 here at Yankee Stadium. The loss broke an 8-game winning streak for Ronnie. He won 11 of his last 14 decisions this year. And since the All-Star break, Guidry won 10 and lost only 2. He deals, Brett swings, it's a fly ball, deep center, back goes Rivers. He is under it now. Quick makes the catch. McRae is tagged, heading for third, and he makes it standing up. 2 down. Two outs, McRae at second, and the batter will be Al Collins. The Royals right fielder went 3 for 4 yesterday afternoon, including a solo home run. He is a right-hand batter. Bucky Dent shades him over toward the hole. The outfield spreads out again. And he takes a strike knee high. During the regular season, Guidry struck out 176 men in 211 innings pitched. He walked but 65. He goes to the full wide. 0-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes on Al Collins. Al McRae leads off at third. Guidry has the sign, the full wide, 0-2 pitch, hit on the ground, foul outside of first. Hit it right off the end of the bat. And the count holds 0-2. Guidry posted an earned run average of 2.82 during the regular season. That was 4th best in the American League, behind Frank Tanana, Bert Blyleven, and Nolan Ryan. It was the 2nd best earned run average among left-handers. Time is called by the plate umpire, Russ Getz. Guidry tied with Dennis Leonard and Bert Blyleven for 2nd in the league in shutouts with 5. His winning percentage of .696 was fourth in the league. The 0-2 deal. Check swing, it's high. A ball and 2 strikes. Amos Otis is waiting on deck. No score. Runner at third and 2 outs here in the top of the first. Chuck Hiller, the third base coach, goes out to talk to the base runner, Hal McRae, at third. Guidry takes the sign. The 1-2 deal. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Guidry fans Collins to retire the side. No runs, no hits, a Yankee and a man left. At the end of 1/2 inning, it's Kansas City nothing, and the Yankees are coming to bat.
You're going to be feeling good when you chomp into one of Gino's sirloiners. It's a quarter pound of 100% pure sirloin. Delicious sirloin. Only at Gino's. Take your appetite to Gino's and treat it to a juicy, delicious 100% sirloiner. You'll be feeling good.
If you're thinking about a faraway vacation, but money's keeping you close to home, come on into HFC. With an HFC travel loan, you could get away from it all. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
Household finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
Rivers leads off the bottom half of the first for the Yankees. Rivers had 3 for 4 and almost had a home run. It was taken away from him on a great catch by the right fielder Collins. Rivers had 2 singles and a double. George Brett comes in shallow down the line at third base. Hassler into the windup. The big left-hander's pitch. Sliced foul in the crowd on the left side as Rivers tried to slap it by George Brett. Rivers hit .325 during the regular season. 12 home runs, 69 runs butted in for Mickey during the season. Now the wind, the 0-1 pitch. Taken low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Greg Nettles is on deck, and then Thurman Munson for the Yankees here in the first. No score. Hassler winds the left-hander's pitch. Inside. Breaking ball, 2-1. Hassler stands 6'5". He weighs 215. He is 25 years old. A native of Texas City, Texas. The Royals got him midway through the '76 season from the California Angels. He offers. Fastball is fouled at the feet of Darrell Porter, the catcher. Hassler goes primarily with the fastball, the slider, and the curveball. He was the 4th man in the Royals starting rotation during most of this past season, winning 9, losing 6, and posting an earned run average of 4.20. In 156 innings pitched, he walked 75 and struck out 83 men. 2-2 on Mickey Rivers. Brett has moved back to the edge of the grass at third base. Hassler winds, and here's the pitch. Swing and a foul off the catcher Porter. Mickey Rivers went for a high pitch. Fouled it off Porter. The catcher seems to be all right. Defensively, the Royals go with Joe Zebb in left field. Amos Otis is in center, and Al Collins in right. The infield, George Brett at third, Freddie Patek at short, Frank White at second, John Mayberry at first, with Darrell Porter catching. 2-2 to Mickey. Bouncing ball slowly towards short. Charge, Patek, throw to first base. He's out. Good quick play by Freddie Patek to throw out Mickey Rivers, and we'll step out for a station break on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emory goes to the places everyone else goes to, as well as the places no one else goes to. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
Greg Nettles bats for the Yankees, and the first pitch from Hassler to the left-hand hitter is low, a curve. Nettles went 0 for 4 yesterday. Greg batted .255 on the season with 37 homers and 107 runs batted in. Porter goes out to talk to Andy Hassler. This season, Hassler established personal highs in several categories. 9 wins, 29 appearances, 27 starts, and 83 strikeouts. He was more effective during the first half of the year than he was over the last half, going 6-2 at the All-Star break. He deals 1-0 to Nettles. Low inside, ball 2. Nettles came to bat 4 times yesterday. Flied out to left once, popped to third, lined to the shortstop, and popped to the shortstop. They bunch him up the middle with the outfield shaded toward right. 2-0 deal. Swung on and popped high in the air to shallow right. Back goes Frank White, the second baseman, settling under it and makes the catch. Quinn took that ball back to Frank White's right, but he stayed with it. 2 down, and Thurman Munson will step in. Munson had a third-inning home run yesterday, going 1 for 4 for the afternoon. Right-hand hitter. During the season, Munson batted .308. He drove in 100 runs. He had 18 homers. Feet fairly close together and deep in the batter's box. Hassler's pitch to him. Fastball swung on him. Missed, strike 1. Thurman Munson has hit safely in all 6 American League Championship games in which he has appeared, going 11 for 23. The 0-1 delivery. Line, base hit into left field. Running the ball down, Joe Zeb. Munson, big turn at first, puts on the brakes and scurries back as the throw comes in from the left fielder, Zeb. So Munson is on. The batter will be Reggie Jackson. That is the first hit of the ball game. Reggie Jackson was 0 for 4 yesterday. Struck out his first trip, flied to left, popped to second, and popped to the shortstop. Mayberry will hold Munson on. The pitch to Jackson, taken inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. Reggie batted .286 for the regular season. He had 32 homers and led the Yankees with 110 runs batted in. 1-0 deal. Inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Bobby Cox at first base and Dick Hauser at third on the coaching lines for the Yankees. Munson walks off his lead from first base. Mayberry holding the corner. Hassler sets, and the pitch to Jackson. Breaking ball, misses. Ball 3. Jackson steps out and looks for a sign from Hauser. Now the 3-0 pitch. Swung on and hit, backhanded by the third baseman, Brett. Long throw, and he is out at first base. They let Jackson go on 3-0, and he hit one right off the end of the bat on a late swing. Good play by the third baseman, Brett, to throw him out. At the end of 1 inning, it's the Yankees nothing, Kansas City nothing.
The way we've been playing.
And you're going to like when we do things at AMCO Transmissions. Because if you take your car to AMCO in the morning, chances are you'll have it back the very same evening. That's one-day service. And that's just another reason we're the world's largest transmission specialist.
You're going to like the way we do things at AMCO. Because at AMCO,
We get most cars done in one day.
we do things right.
AMCO, AA, MCO.
Hello there, everybody. This is Mel Allen. You know, I've spent a lot of years broadcasting baseball games, but man, what I wouldn't have given to broadcast a fight, a championship fight with heavyweights like Lewis, Alley, or middleweights like Graziano and Sugar Ray. Well, I finally got my chance to broadcast the champion, the lightweight beer champion, new Rheingold Extra Light. Friends, you're going to hear a lot more about this premium beer because Extra Light got it all together. Less filling, round after round. Only 87 calories a can. But the full-bodied taste still goes the distance. Believe me, this is the one that'll set you beer fans cheering. Less filling, round after round. The new title holder, the lightweight beer champion, Rheingold Extra Light. Go get 'em, champ. Rheingold Brewery, New York.
We move on to the second inning. Amos Otis will lead off for Kansas City. This program is authorized by the New York Yankee Baseball Club under rights purchased by Manchester Broadcasting Productions, Incorporated, solely for the entertainment of our audience. Any broadcast, rebroadcast, or other use of this game without the expressed written consent of the Yankees and Manchester Broadcasting is prohibited. New York Yankee Baseball is a production of Manchester Broadcasting Productions, Incorporated, which has contracted for and has exclusive rights to the broadcast of these games, including selection of the announcers with the approval of the Yankees and this station. Amos Otis, a right-hand batter. He hit .251 during the season. It's the first pitch in the air to right field. Reggie Jackson is there and makes a one-hand catch, one out. John Mayberry will step in. Mayberry was 1 for 3 yesterday, drove in 2 runs with a home run. Left-hand hitter with power. The regular season, Mayberry hit .230, but he had 23 home runs, tied for the team lead, and he drove in 82 runs. Guidry has the sign. The first pitch is hit high in the air to shallow right. Back goes second baseman Randolph, and he makes the catch. Guidry got Mayberry right in on the hands, handcuffed him on the swing, and he sent a weak pop-up out into shallow right. So there are 2 down. The batter will be Joe Zeb, the left fielder. Zeb was 0 for 4 yesterday. He batted .297 during the season, coming to bat only 195 times with 58 hits, including 2 homers and 23 runs batted in. Ron Guidry, on whose slender shoulders rests the future of the Yankees in this championship series. He kicks and deals. A fastball is over. Strike 1. Guidry, 5'11", 153 pounds. 1 strike pitch, fast and low. Guidry had to be the Yankees' biggest surprise of the season. Terrible spring training, barely made the club. Started the season in the bullpen, wound up as the Yankees' most effective starting pitcher. His 1-1 deal. Swung on and missed, strike 2. We mentioned to you, Guidry was 10-2 after the All-Star break, including 8 wins in a row. Led the Yankee pitching staff in shutouts. His 1-2 pitch. Check swing, strike 3 called, and that retires the side in order. At the end of 1.5, it's Kansas City nothing and the Yankees nothing.
If you were to rate the importance of athlete's foot on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it? About a 2? Let's face it, it's a dumb disease. Well, we make Dezinex. And what do we mean when we say, don't blame Dezinex? Simple. A lot of you are still suffering the itching and soreness of athlete's foot. Dezinex has helped millions get rid of it fast. So if you're doing sneakers and socks instead of running the sand through your toes, then maybe this message is very important. Athlete's foot, don't blame Dezinex. A product of Penwalt Corporation.
I'm a policeman. And yesterday I had itching and chafing so bad I was pretty uncomfortable. And then I found out those are the symptoms of jock itch. So I bought some Crew-X medicated powder. Crew-X helps relieve the itching, chafing, and rash. And its medication helped fight the causes of jock itch. Hey, remember, you don't have to be a jock to get jock itch. And you don't have to suffer either. Get Crew-X. C-R-U-E-X.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all. Quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Lou Piniella leads off the bottom half of the second inning for the Yankees. Lou was 1 for 4 yesterday. Solid single his first time up. Right-hand batter. Piniella hit .330 during the regular year. He topped the 300 mark for the 4th time in his career. They play him as a pull hitter on the infield. Now Piniella steps out as Hassler takes too much time. In 1969, playing for the then Kansas City A's, Lou Piniella was Rookie of the Year. Looks like the owner of the Kansas City Royals, Ewing Kaufman, getting on Piniella a little bit from his box seat near the third base dugout. Now the pitch to Lou. Straight across the middle of the plate, strike one. Piniella last year was runner-up as comeback player of the year following an off-season due to an injury. 0-1 delivery. Fouled out of play on the first base side back in the stands. Looks like we'll have a bigger crowd tonight than we had yesterday afternoon when 54,930 paid to see the first game of the championship series. Beautiful evening here in New York. Temperature at game time was 61 degrees. Hassler winds the 0-2 pitch. Down low to Piniella. Freddie Patek is well over in the hole at shortstop. Frank White shades towards second. Mayberry plays very wide of the line at first, and Brett guards behind the bag at third. The right fielder, Cowens, fairly shallow against Piniella. Otis and Zeb straight away, 2-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped to short, played on the second hop by Patek. He guns it to first base in time. 1 out here in the bottom half of the second of a scoreless ball game. And now Cliff Johnson will step in. Johnson, the designated hitter, had 2 hits yesterday. Single to left center and single to left. In between, he flied to right and flied to left. Strong right-hand hitter who batted .296 during the season. Overall, he hit 22 home runs, 12 as a Yankee, 10 as a Houston Astro. Johnson crowds the plate. Normally, they try to pitch him inside and jam him. That one breaks right over the heart of the plate. Strike one is called. Johnson hurt his ankle sliding into second base yesterday, but he stayed in the ball game and, of course, is starting tonight as the designated hitter. Hassler works slowly, now winds, 0-1 pitch. Hit on a bounce to the second baseman. Frank White near the bag, throws to first in time to get Johnson 2 down. And now Chris Chambliss. Chambliss went 1 for 3 in yesterday's ball game. He also reached on a walk. Chambliss has hit safely in all 6 American League Championship games in which he has appeared, going 12 for 24. Left-hand hitter, slightly closed stance. Hassler's first pitch to him, inside. Gets away from the catcher Porter. Ball 1. Porter Stares out at his pitcher, Hassler, and Andy wants an exchange of baseballs. Porter gets him another one from the plate umpire. Russ gets. No score here in the bottom half of the second. Neither team has had a genuine threat. The Royals had a runner at third with 2 outs in the first inning, and Al Cowan struck out. The Yankees have had only 1 base runner, Thurman Munson, in the first, who singled. 1-0 pitch. Foul back to the left side. 1 ball and 1 strike. I'm Craig Musser, along with the scooter Phil Rizzuto and Bill White at Yankee Stadium. We'll be moving on to Kansas City following the ball game tonight to bring you all the action tomorrow night, starting at 8:10. 1-1 pitch. Foul again toward the seats on the third base side. A ball and 2 strikes on Chris Chambliss. And Darrell Porter goes out to the mound to talk to Andy Hassler. Hassler made 4 starts against the Yankees this past year. He won 1 and lost 3, but pitched better than his record would show. His earned run average in those 4 games was 2.76. He winds the 1-2 pitch. Check swing, and it's low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Darrell Porter requested an appeal by the third base umpire, Nick Bremigan, who backed up the call, saying yes, ball 2. 2-2. Willie Randolph on deck, 2-2 to Chambliss. Swing and a miss, tried to stop it and could not. That retires the side in order. The first strikeout for Hassler at the end of 2. The Yankees nothing, the Royals nothing.
Hey, we've got success for sale at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Come on in and see what we've got. If success is what you're looking for, well, we've got a lot.
Right now, during cleanup time, we're offering year-end deals on the small car America's getting comfortable with, Volare. Because of Chrysler engineering, Volare offers you the ride of a big car and the value of a small car. And Volare comes in 3 models: the 4-door sedan, the 2-door coupe, and the popular Volare wagon, America's #1 selling wagon. And now there's a great selection of Volares to choose from, all ready for immediate delivery. Come on in and get your deal on Volare now.
At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, you never fail, 'cause we've got success for sale. We've got success for sale. We've got success for sale.
Gentlemen, the Ale Masters Ale is here. McSorley's Cream Ale. McSorley's has all the hearty, full-bodied flavor that an ale should have, plus a smoothness that no other ale has. McSorley's is the macho ale for men of courage and daring, men with a taste for life. Gentlemen, order a bottle at your tavern or club, or pick up a 6-pack at the supermarket, and you'll thank me for telling you about the ultimate in ales, the Ale Masters Ale, McSorley's Cream Ale. McSorley's Limited, Orange, New Jersey.
We move on to the 3rd inning of a scoreless ball game here at Yankee Stadium. And Darrell Porter, the catcher, will lead off for the Kansas City Royals. Porter was 1 for 2 in yesterday afternoon's ball game. He walked his first 2 times up, scored a run, grounded out to first, and singled to center field. He's a left-hand hitter. He batted .275 during the season with 16 home runs and 60 runs batted in. He'll be followed by Frank White and then Fred Patek. Guidry so far has walked 1 and struck out 2 men. He has not allowed a base hit. The left-hander winds, and the pitch to Porter. Breaking ball outside, ball 1. They play Porter straight up the middle on the infield with Mickey Rivers a couple of steps toward right. Lou Piniella straight away, fairly shallow and left. The pitch is high, 2 balls and no strikes. Reggie Jackson plays straight away and right, and now Piniella takes 2 steps to his left. And comes in a step in left field. 2-0 pitch. Foul back, and that'll be in the upper deck. The Royals obtained Darrell Porter from the Milwaukee Brewers. He gave them a solid job behind the plate. 2-1 deal. Fastball inside. Ball 3. Porter appeared in 130 games this year. Guidry rocks and fires 3-1, and he walked in. Ball 4 was down low. The second walk given up by Guidry. So the Royals have the leadoff man on. Frank White, their number 9 hitter, coming up. And we'll see if manager Whitey Herzog goes for the sacrifice to try to set the table for the top of the batting order. White is a good butter. He went 1 for 4 yesterday. Right-hand hitter. He sacrificed 11 times during the regular season, second high on the ball club. He gives no indication as he takes a strike. White steps out, looks down at third base coach Chuck Hiller. Fred Patek is on deck. Chambliss holding Porter. Randolph in debt. Squeezed up the middle at double play depth. The outfield is spread out. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on. Broken bat pop at a shallow left. That may drop and does for the base hit. Piniella grabs it barehanded. Throws to third. Cut by Dent. Runners on the corners. Lou Piniella charged in front of Mickey Rivers. Grabbed that ball barehanded to make the throw toward third base. Could have been an easier throw for the left-hand throwing Rivers. But Piniella grabbed the ball, fired on, and Dent cut it off. So the Royals have runners on the corners on a broken bat single by Frank White, their first hit of the ball game. Well, the Royals now have a genuine threat, and the Yankees will play for the double play and give up the run if necessary. Randolph and Dent are back. Guidry's pitch to Patek, grounded foul at third base. Patek grounded out to Dent, his first time up. Porter at third, Frank White at first. Chuck Hiller, the coach at third, talks to Porter. No balls and a strike on Patek. We'll watch the runners. They hold. The pitch is taken low for a ball. Munson dug it up out of the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hal McRae is on deck. No score here in the top of the third. Porter at third, Frank White at first. Chambliss, of course, holding White on. Runners hold. The pitch is fouled out of play in the first base crowd. Back into the upper deck. A ball and 2 strikes on Patek. Guidry plants the left foot, looks down for the sign. Patek is outside the batter's box. Now moves back in. And the 1-2 pitch will be coming. Here it is. Lined out towards center field. Mickey Rivers has it. Porter is tagged. Here he comes. Here comes the throw home. It will not be in time. The ball was caught in fairly shallow center field by Mickey Rivers. Darrell Porter tagging at third, scores after the catch, and the Royals lead 1-0. Frank White held at first. A sacrifice fly and a run batted in for Patek, his third RBI of the series. I believe the Yankees may make an appeal call to third base. We'll see. Nettles is standing near the bag, and now Nettles will wait for the ball to be put in play. Guidry will step on the rubber, then step off, and the Yankees will make the appeal call to third base. Guidry looks back there and sees Nettles. The left foot is on the slab. Now he goes through the motion, steps off, turns, throws to third. Safe. He did not leave too soon. So the Royals lead by a score of 1-0. A good call by the Yankee bench and the Yankee players to make the appeal. Porter got off the bag in a hurry, but now throw to first base. No play on White. But it's ruled by third base umpire Nick Bremigan that he did not leave too soon. Hal McRae, the batter, throw to first safe. McRae walked in the first inning. Set sail for second base. Munson's throw beat him there. McRae Well, he gave Bucky Dent a karate chop and knocking the ball away, and he was safe. He takes a strike. An error was charged to Bucky Dent, and McRae was ruled as a caught stealing, technicality of the scoring rules. McRae then tagged up and went to third on Brett's fly ball to center, but died there when Cowan struck out. White draws a throw to first and gets back. Well, the Royals lead 1-0 here in the top of the third. Frank White at first, one away. Guidry sets, White goes, pitch out. Munson's throw to second base, and he is out at second. Bucky Dent took a short hop throw from Thurman Munson, and Frank White is thrown out stealing 2-6. There are now 2 outs. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hal McRae. Frank White stole 23 bases during the regular season, but he has gunned down here. 1-1 to McRae. Low, 2 balls and a strike. The on-deck batter is George Brett, the third baseman. Guidry takes the sign, left-hander winds and deals, swung on and fouled off the mid of Munson. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Plate umpire Russ gets out the whisk broom. 2 outs, the base is empty. The Royals have a run in the bank. As Guidry looks into Munson. Left-hander winds, 2-2 pitch. Fouled out of play in the upper deck, and we'll pause for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions radio network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emory has planes of its own that aren't too high and mighty to make local stops. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
2-2 fastball is swung on and missed, strike 3, and the side is retired. The Royals get 1 run on 1 hit. At the end of 2.5, the score is Kansas City 1 and the Yankees nothing.
All across our land, people know our brand. You can trust AC. Thanks, AC. Spark plugs by AC.
AC fire ring spark plugs start quick, run smooth, and if you need them, new AC plugs can help restore economy. Get the fire ring. You'll say, thanks, AC.
You're welcome.
So when you want to go, we're the name to know. You can trust AC.
Thanks, AC.
Spark plugs by AC. Fire ring spark plugs by AC. Fire ring.
The price is right, you know, at NBO. National Brand Outlet, NBO.
Leon Atkin, president of NBO Stores, saying, if you like famous brand menswear, if you appreciate the finest in suits, sport coats, slacks, outerwear, and accessories, if you like shopping in beautiful, friendly surroundings, if you like everything expensive but can't afford it, it's about time you visited one of my NBO stores, where you'll find just what you want at research-proven savings of 40 to 60%. At NBO, everything's expensive except the price of the clothing.
Carl Place, Long Island, where Old Country Road meets Glen Cove Road, west of Roosevelt Field. Clifton, New Jersey, on Route 46. Yonkers Central Avenue, 2 miles north of Cross County Center. Westport, Post Road next to the Clam Box. Manhattan, 3rd Avenue at 86th Street. Open daily till 10. Most stores open Sunday.
The price is right, you know, at NBO. National Brand Outlet, NBO.
Willie Randolph leads off as we go to the Yankee half of the third inning. Randolph, a right-hand batter who hit .274 during the season. Willie had a double to show for 4 trips yesterday. Last time up, he grounded into a double play that was almost a triple play on a ground ball to third base. Right-hand hitter. They play him up the middle on the infield. The outfield is spread out with Cowan shallow in right, Zeb deep in left. The first pitch from Hassler. Fastball is low, ball 1. Bucky Dent is on deck, and then Mickey Rivers here in the Yankee third. Southpaw Andy Hassler into the wind. 1-0 deal. Breaking ball is inside. 2 balls and no strikes. The Royals are leading 1-0. Next game of the series will be tomorrow night from Kansas City, an 8:10 broadcast, 8 o'clock pregame. Hassler pumps and deals. High. 3 balls and no strikes to Willie Randolph. Now Hassler wants a new baseball and gets it. Coach Elston Howard just paced from the home plate end of the Yankee dugout down to the first base end. The windup 3-0 pitch. Taken for a strike, 3-1. Hassler is ready. 3-1 delivery. Strike 2 is called. Randolph broke for first and is called back. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Billy Martin watching the ball game from the home plate end of the Yankee dugout on the steps. 3-2 pitch to Randolph. Chopper to third base. Second hop played by Brett. Throws to first in time. Randolph is out. 1 away here in the bottom half of the third. The batter will be shortstop Bucky Dent. Dent went 0 for 3 yesterday. Last time he was due up, Roy White batted for him and grounded out. Bucky Dent, a right-hand hitter. He batted .247 during the regular season. And the first pitch is on the way. High. Ball 1. Brett, the third baseman, plays him in at the edge of the grass. Patek shades a step or two toward the hole. The outfield spread out, shallow and right, with the center fielder Otis shaded toward right field. The windup and the 1-0 pitch. Strike called. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hassler got a breaking ball over. Billy Martin has a few words to say from the dugout steps. The 1-1 pitch to Dent. Fouled into the third base dugout. Wicked shot right into the Royal dugout. And Royals owner Ewing Kaufman up out of his box seat, leaning over to see if anybody in his dugout was hurt. And they check the TV monitor in the next booth, count them off, they're all there. No towels being waved, no flags. Dent steps out, time is called. Now the 1-2 pitch, way outside from Hassler. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hassler works slowly. Now has the side, pitches, ground ball to third. Brett short hops it, throws to first in time, and there are 2 out. George Brett has come up with his 3rd assist in the ball game and 2nd in a row. The batter will be Mickey Rivers. Mickey at .326 over the regular season, a career high. Last year, he was 3rd in voting for the most valuable player in the league. The pitch, inside, ball 1. Rivers also had a career high 12 home runs this 1977 season. The 1-0 pitch to him, swung on and fouled back. Hassler accepts a new baseball, strolls around the pitcher's mound. The Royals are leading 1-0 here in the bottom half of the third. 2 outs and nobody on. Hassler so far has had the Yankees hitting the ball on the ground. Only one ball has been hit in the air. Greg Nettles pop-up. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is low. 2 balls and a strike. There have been 6 ground balls. The 1 pop-up and 1 strikeout. The Yankees have 1 base hit, a single by Thurman Munson. 2-1 delivery to Rivers. Bouncing ball to the first base side. Mayberry has underhand flip to the pitcher. Hassler, he's out on a close play. Rivers dances Hassler down the first base line as they collided at the bag. No harm is done. The Yankees are retired in order at the end of 3 innings. The score, Kansas City 1 and the Yankees nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new lightweight beer champion of the world, Rheingold Extra Light Beer.
Rheingold Extra Light Beer is much less filling round after round, yet robust and full-bodied. Hey, try this new premium light beer. It's brewed by Rheingold, the originator of low-calorie beer. Rheingold Extra Light is a winner.
It's the lightweight beer champion of the world.
Rheingold Breweries, Orange, New Jersey.
Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with champions. Pull out the old, plug in the new. Fill her up with champions.
All the problems that last winter caused is one you've probably forgotten. How hard it was to start your car every morning. This winter, a fresh set of Champion spark plugs can help. While we're on the subject, there's one thing that's probably going to be worse than last winter: gas prices. Champions can help there too, because fresh Champions can help you make the most of every gallon. So this winter, start faster, go farther. Fill her up with Champions.
Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with champions. Pull out the old, plug in the new. Fill her up with champions. Fill her up, fill her up, fill her up with champions. Pull out the old, to plug in the new. Fill her up with champions.
We go to the 4th inning here at Yankee Stadium. The Royals lead 1-0. And in with the play-by-play, ladies and gentlemen, here is Bill White.
All right, Frank Messer and George Brett, who made a couple of pretty good plays. Bottom of the 3rd will lead off for the Royals here in the top of the 4th. It'll be Brett, Al Collins, and then Amos Otis against Ron Guidry. Yankees set up for Brett straight away. Brett's a left-handed batter and a good hitter. Hit .312 on the year for the Royals. Guidry's first pitch, too high, ball 1. Brett's been up 1 time this ball game. He's flied to Rivers in center field, looking for his first base hit in the 1977 American League Championship Series. Fastball hit on the ground. Randolph backhand. Throws on the first base of Gotti. Good play by Willie Randolph. Going to his right, backhanding the ball and getting Brett at first base. That'll bring on Al Collins. Collins, a right-handed batter, has been up 1, struck out. He, like Brett, hit .312 for the Royals on the year. Collins a little more productive, 23 home runs, 112 runs batted in. Also had a productive night last night against the Yankees. He went 3 for 4. Hit a solo home run and scored 2 runs. Collins has good power. First pitch to Collins. Curveball's a strike. Royals lead 1-0 in the top of the 4th. 1 out and nobody on. Each team with just 1 base hit. The Yankees have committed the only error in the ball game. Guidry's 1-strike pitch is a called strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes on Al Collins. On deck is Amos Otis. Now Collins backs out. Gets back in. Guidry reading signs from Munson. Still looking. Time is called now as Collins backs out again. There's some bugs flying around home plate. Now Collins sets. Guidry's ready with a 2-strike pitch. Fastball is fouled back. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Guidry gets a new ball, doesn't bother to rub it up, nor does he bother to go with the rosin bag. Doesn't use it too often. Now the 2-strike pitch to Collins. Curveball swung on and missed. Collins goes down swinging for the 2nd time in the ball game. And for Ron Guidry, his 4th strikeout. And they're 2 outs. That'll bring on Amos Otis, the center fielder for the Royals. He's been up one sky to Reggie Jackson in right field. Otis was held hitless last night. He went 0 for 4, 0 for 1 here. He's 0 for 5 in the series. Last night, Hal McRae did some damage with a 2-run home run. Freddie Patek some more damage with a 2-run double. John Mayberry hit a 2-run home run. Al Cowens hit a singleton. Otis takes outside, ball 1. Royals won last night 7-2 to take a 1-0 lead in the American League Championship Series. Yankees trying to come back in this one. They're down 1-0. Playing the top of the 4th with 2 outs and nobody on. Fastball is swung on and missed by Otis. It's 1-1. On deck is John Mayberry. Chuck Hiller coaching third base for the Royals. Steve Boros at first. Here's a 1-1 pitch to Otis. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Guidry has a good live fastball tonight. Good dipping slider. Hard curveball. He has walked 2 so far in the ball game and struck out 4. He walked Porter leading off the 3rd inning, and that hurt him because Porter eventually scored on a sacrifice fly by Freddie Patek. One and 2 on Otis. Guidry rocks, and the 1-2 pitch. Swung on, drilled to right center field. After it is Mickey Rivers still going, runs it down. Mickey Rivers, a long run into right center field, made the catch in front of the 385-foot sign, and the side is retired. 3 up and 3 down at the end of 3.5. The Royals won, the Yankees nothing.
Say, Frank, what's another word for action?
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo?
Right, Bill. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
Why is that?
Because Yoo-hoo not only has the best chocolate taste of any soft drink, but it also contains high-quality protein. And it's made from 99% fat-free milk. Yoo-hoo keeps your action going. That's why it's Yogi's favorite drink.
Yoo-hoo is the action drink for action people.
Right, the chocolate drink of champions. Join me in a Yoo-hoo.
I'll drink to that.
Drink Yoo-hoo, another fine product from Iroquois Brands.
These Baby Ruth fun-sized bars sure are delicious, and I ought to know.
Why is that?
Well, it just so happens I consider myself to be quite a candy bar connoisseur. And a Baby Ruth's got fudge and peanuts, chewy caramel, a rich chocolatey coating, terrific stuff. Plus, these new bags are mighty economical. Some people call them fun size, but I call them Bill White size because they're just right for me.
I see.
I'm crazy about Baby Ruth bars, and it's not easy for something to get to first base with me. Get it, Frank?
Oh, brother.
Bottom of the 4th, the Royals lead 1-0, and Greg Nettles will lead off against Andy Hassler. There's a balloon loose in center field, and home plate umpire Russ Getz is asking Amos Otis, the Royal center fielder, to get it, either break it or throw it back over the fence there. Hassler has had the Yankees hitting the ball on the ground. The only guy to hit the ball in the air in this ball game so far is Greg Nettles, and he popped to second base in the 1st. And aside from Munson's single, batting after Nettles in that 1st inning, all the outs except one have been ground outs. Chris Chambliss struck out. Everybody else has bounced out. It'll be Nettles, Munson, and then Reggie Jackson against Andy Hassler in the bottom of the 4th. Wind seems to be blowing to right field here at Yankee Stadium. Flags blowing that way. Hassler's first pitch to Nettles, swung on and missed. Nettles on the air hit 37 home runs for the Yankees, led them in home runs. He drove in 107 runs, second to Reggie Jackson's 110. And just above Thurman Munson's 100. And Munson's on deck. Here's Hassler's 1-strike pitch to Nettles. Outside, it's 1-1. Royals 1 run on 1 base hit. The Yankees no runs on 1 base hit. Hassler taking a long time getting his sign. Now he rocks, and the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, drill to right center field. After it is Otis on the warning track, makes the catch. And there's one away. Nettles hit the ball hard. Amos Otis probably plays as deep a center field as anybody in baseball, any other center fielder. And it's hard to get a ball over his head and keep it in the ballpark. 1 out. Here's Thurman Munson. Munson got a breaking ball low and in and drilled it for a single to left field in the first inning for the Yankees' only base hit in the ball game. Now Thurman wants Russ Getz, a home plate umpire, to look at that baseball. And Getz will give it back to Hassler. Royals set up straight away for Thurman Munson. They've got Brett at third, Patek at short, White playing at second, Mayberry at first. Joe Zeb in left, Amos Otis in center. Al Cowan's out and right. Porter flashing signs for Hassler, and here's the first pitch to Munson. Too low, ball 1. Sinker tailing down and away. Kneeling on deck is Reggie Jackson. Dick Hauser, the Yankee third base coach, and Bobby Cox at first. They have had almost no action. The 1-0 to Munson. Swung on and missed. 1-1. Yankees have had just one base runner. That was Munson in the first inning. He singled with 2 outs, and Reggie Jackson swinging on a 3-0 pitch. Checked the swing, and he bounced out George Brett to the first baseman, John Mayberry. Here's a 1-1 to Munson. Fouled back. Change up high and away. Munson got on top of it and fouled it straight back. The ball bounced up for Darrell Porter in foul territory. It's a ball and 2 strikes on Munson. Hassler, despite having a losing record against the Yankees, he's only beaten them once in his career, lost to them 7 times, still pitches well against the Yankees. Doesn't give up too many runs. 1-2 is swung on and missed. Got him with the curveball. Munson goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Hassler, and they're 2 outs. That'll bring on Reggie Jackson. The Yankees beat Hassler this year 3 out of 4, but Hassler only gave him 2.76 runs per ball game. Well, Hassler just happened to run up against better pitchers when he faced the Yankees. First pitch to Jackson. Curve in there for strike. Reggie looking for his first base hit of the championship series. Jackson was 0 for 4 last night. He's 0 for 1 tonight. Actually, yesterday, ball game started around 3:15, 3:20, ending late evening. And time is called. Jackson backs off. On deck is Lupinella. Hassler taking plenty of time. Now the 1-strike pitch. Called strike 2, a fastball. Got the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Royal infield playing Jackson to pull on the left side of the infield. The right side, the second baseman, Frank White, and the first baseman, John Mayberry, playing him straight away. Outfield also playing straight away. Now Hassler takes so much time, Jackson backs out, and time is called. Now Reggie gets back in. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jackson. Curve is high, 1-2. Royals 1, Yankees nothing, bottom half the 4th inning. A little different ball game from last night's ball game. 1-2 to Jackson. Swung on, fouled off upper deck left side. Last night, by the 4th inning, 8 runs had been scored. 6 of them by the Royals, 2 of them by the Yankees. Hassler gets a new ball. And the 1-2 to Jackson. Swung on, fouled off. That'll make it out of play. No chance for George Brett as he watches Sales back in the seats behind third base. Still 1-2 on Jackson. Reggie batted .286 on the year for the Yankees. 1-2 pitch outside, kicks off the glove of Darrell Porter and skips back to the screen. 2-2. 32 home runs, 110 runs batted in for Jackson. He really came on a short stretch there near the end of the year. Won a lot of big ball games for the Yankees. Not only with home runs, but with base hits. Here's a 2-2 to Jackson. Outside, ball 3. Breaking ball skips by Porter again and kicks up against the screen behind home plate. Count is full, 3-2. Andy Hassler working carefully to Reggie Jackson. He had the count, no balls, 2 strikes, then started nibbling, and he's missed 3 times. Of course, Jackson's fouled off a couple. On deck, Lou Piniella. Here's Hassler's payoff pitch. Swung on, hit to left field. Joe Zeb digging toward the line, still coming. On the run and makes a catch and falls down. Joe Zeb caught the ball and slid down out of our sight down there. We'll wait on the umpire to see if he caught that ball. Yes, he did. And the side is retired for the Yankees. In the 4th, 3 up and 3 down. And at the end of 4, the Royals won, the Yankees nothing.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the new lightweight beer champion of the world, Rheingold Extra Light Beer.
Rheingold Extra Light Beer is much less filling round after round, yet robust and full-bodied. Hey, try this new premium light beer. It's brewed by Rheingold, the originator of low-calorie beer. Rheingold Extra Light is a winner.
It's the lightweight beer champion of the world.
Rheingold Breweries, Orange, New Jersey.
Flavor of Venetian cuisine, the zesty, satisfying taste of La Cucina Siciliana. From Palermo to Milano, you can cook your way through all the delectable regional dishes of Italy with food products from Palio. Smooth, creamy Palio ricotta cheese. Luscious, fast-melting Palio mozzarella. From peppers to pepperoni, tomatoes to macaroni, Palio has a complete variety of real Italian food products. All made to help you make dishes that would charm a Parman or make a Roman feel at home in. Palio, always in the best Italian taste. It sure is great being back in Yankee Stadium. All the terrific new seats.
And all the terrific new candy counters with Baby Ruth bars. As a matter of fact, I think I'll run down to one of those terrific new candy counters right now and get some Baby Ruths. I can just taste that rich chocolatey coating over chewy caramel, fudge, and peanuts.
Frank, the reason you can just taste them is because you just ate a whole bag of fun-sized Baby Ruth. Don't you think that's enough Baby Ruth bars for anyone?
Well, Frank Musser is not just anyone. And when you gotta have one, you've gotta have one.
Big John Mayberry will lead off for the Royals against Ron Guidry in the top of the 5th. The Royals lead the Yankees 1-0. It'll be Mayberry, a left-handed batter, then Joe Zeb and Darrell Porter. Zeb bats right-handed, Porter left. Mayberry did not have a good year average-wise for the Royals. The big fella found some of his power again. He hit 23 home runs, drove in 82 runs. Hit a home run last night, a 2-run shot against Dick Tidrow in the 3rd inning. So he'll lead off against Ron Guidry in the top of the 5th. Here's Guidry's first pitch. Mayberry swings and doesn't get a breaking ball. No balls and a strike. Guidry's 0-1 pitch to Mayberry. He checks a swing. It's a strike anyway. Slider got the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Mayberry has had 3 seasons with the Royals in which he's driven in 100 runs. Bounces this one to Chambliss. Little toss to Guidry covering. They've got Mayberry, and there's one away. Mayberry drove in 100 runs for the Royals in 72, 73 also 100, and in 1975 he drove in 106. Last year, despite batting .232, he drove in 95. This year, batted .230 and drove in 82. Here's Joe Zeb. Guidry struck Zeb out in the second inning, so Zeb is 0 for 1. A right-handed hitter. Pitch to Zeb. He checks the swing, takes it low, ball 1. Royals lead 1-0 in the 5th inning. 1 out, nobody on. Guidry with the 1-0 pitch to Zeb. Swung on and fouled off in the upper deck right side. It's 1-1. Yankees have Nettles at third, Bucky Dunn playing shortstop, Willie Randolph at second, Chambliss playing at first. Lou Piniella playing left, Mickey Rivers straight away in center, and Reggie Jackson out in right field. Here's the 1-1 to Zeb. Swung on, hit to right field. Jackson backing up. On the warning track, waiting, makes a catch. 2 outs. That'll bring on Darrell Porter. Porter scored the only run in the ball game so far when Guidry walked him leading off the 3rd. Porter went to 3rd on a broken bat single into left center by Frank White and scored on a sacrifice fly by Freddie Patek. The Yankees appealed to play at 3rd base, thinking perhaps Porter might have left too soon. But 3rd base umpire Nick Bremigan, watching the play all the way, said that he did not leave too soon. Pops this one up on the first base side. Chambliss coming in. Munson over there to the Yankee dugout, and neither one will get it. Bounces on top of the Yankee dugout and back in the seats. 1 strike on Porter. Even Guidry over there to the Yankee dugout trying to get that foul ball. Jackson playing deep and right. Fastball is high, 1-1. Rivers straight away in center, not too deep, and Piniella straight away in left. 1-1 pitch to Porter. Misses outside, 2 balls and a strike. You really see the improvement in Ron Guidry. Great amount of confidence. Excellent control now. 2-1 pitch, curveball swung on and missed. 2-2. Mixes up his pitch as well. He's got a good fastball, a slider that sinks and tails away from left-handers. Good hard curveball. Plus he's developed a lot of confidence over the year. Here's Guidry's 2-2 pitch to Porter. Curveball, line to Willie Randolph, and he makes the play easily, and the side is retired. 3 up, 3 down. At the end of 4 1/2, the Royals lead the Yankees 1-0.
I'm feeling good at Gino's. I mean, Ali is really feeling good at Gino's. And here's why. Gino's Giant, a burger that tastes as good as it looks. 2 all-beef burgers packed with all the trimmings taken from Ali. Try Gino's Giant. It's the greatest next to me.
Feeling good, feeling good at Gino's.
Rickle helps you do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all the wall coverings, hardware, plumbing and paint, all the linens and carpeting, all the power tools, building materials and accessories you need to do it yourself. All the energy savers, too, to lower your home fuel bills. Come into Rickle for quality, value, and selection. They have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If you think a Reggie Jackson home run travels far, Emory travels over 250,000 miles a day. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Lou Piniella will lead off against Andy Hassler, playing the bottom of the fifth, and the Royals leading the Yankees 1-0. It'll be Piniella, Cliff Johnson, and then Chris Chambliss. Lou's been up once, bounced to short. Here's Hassler's first pitch to Piniella. Fouled back. Lou batted .330 on the year for the Yankees. He likes to swing against left-handed pitchers, feels that's not much work. A little harder work swinging against right-handers. Well, he hit them all well this year, batting .330, playing left field, playing a little right field. Also the Yankee designated hitter. And pinch hitting also. So Lou Piniella did it all for the Yankees in '77. Trying to get something started here in the bottom of the fifth. Takes outside, 1-1. Changeup got away from Hassler. Yankee fans getting a little impatient here. It's getting late. They've only gotten one base hit. Fastball is pulled foul past Yankee third base coach Dick Hauser. Kicks back on the field. And the guy umpiring down the left field foul line, Bill Deegan, picks it up and puts it in his pocket. 1-2 on Piniella. Now Lou decides to take a walk. Evidently that stung his hand a bit. Now he stands in. Lou hits from a closed stance, feet not too far apart. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Swung on, sliced foul, back in the seats off the right side, and the count remains. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Piniella. Last night, Lou went 1 for 4. He chased Cowens up against the wall in right field last night. Cowens made a good grab on his long drive. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Piniella. Fastball, bounce to second. Frank White to his left, digs it out, throws on the first. They've got Piniella, and there's 1 away. That'll bring on Cliff Johnson, the designated hitter. Cliff went 2 for 4 last night. He's 0 for 1 tonight. Keep saying last night. Of course, that ball game started at 3. That's, what is that, evening? Yesterday. Johnson standing in. Time is called now. Porter wants to talk to Andy Hassler. Used to ball game starting at 2 o'clock. They start them 3:15, 3:30. Now Patek comes in. The shortstop wants to talk to Hassler. Of course, Patek wants to know whether or not Porter's changing signs. Patek and White like to know. Now Patek yelling over to White. They must have changed signs. Maybe they think the Yankees have somebody out in center field with some glasses on him. Swing and a miss by Johnson. They're worried about Gene Michael. Relaying the signs down to the Yankee bench with his walkie-talkie. Of course, all Michael does is when the Yankees are on defense, he tells them where to set the outfielders up. 1 strike to Johnson is fouled back. 0-2. Royals ahead 1-0. Bottom of the fifth, 1 out, nobody on. Count, no balls, 2 strikes on Cliff Johnson. Hassler wants a new baseball and will get one from Russ Getz. On deck is Chris Chambliss. Doesn't look like there's an empty seat here at Yankee Stadium. They had 54,930 last night, and I'm sure they're going to have more than that tonight. Like Keith Morris tells me, there's some standing room onlys around here. The 0-2. Too high, 1 ball, 2 strikes on Johnson. They call it SRO. Johnson standing right on top of the plate. Zeb playing him deep and left. Hassler taking a lot of time. Now he rocks, and the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up behind the plate. Coming back is Porter. Still coming near the screen and misses the ball. Porter misjudged the ball as the wind took it to his right as he was coming back toward us. And Cliff Johnson has life. And they'll call that a no play. Hi, Jim Ogle here, long-time writer with the Newark Star-Ledger. Now retired, living down in Pompano, Florida. He's my official scorer, and Ogle called it a no play. Jim also takes care of the Yankee Alumni Association. Does a good job there. Now time is called as Johnson backs off, and something's wrong with Cliff's eyes. He wants the trainer to come out, and he wants a towel. And here comes Gene Monahan with a towel. And making sure that's all he wants, Russ Getz over there with him. Johnson working hard, swinging the bat. Doesn't have to put on any leather tonight. Got a lot of visitors to our booth. Pam Boucher is here again. Miss Boucher with the Yankees in the Public Relations Department. Now Johnson settles in, backs out again. Now he's ready. A ball and 2 strikes on Cliff. And the pitch. Swung on, check swing, line, foul. Down the left field line. Still 1-2. Johnson's bat went out toward the mound, and Hassler picked it up and gave it to him. Hassler has kept the Yankees off stride much of the ball game. Only 3 balls have been hit in the air. Nettles popping to second base in the first, flying to center field in the 4th, and Jackson flying to left field, ending the 4th inning. Everything else has either been a strikeout, and Hassler has 2 of those, or a ground ball, except for Munson's single back in the first. Eight ground ball putouts for Andy Hassler in this ball game. Johnson still having trouble. And now they're bringing out a handkerchief for Cliff Johnson. He's got some allergies. I don't know. He's got them here. When he gets in Kansas City, it'll be worse. One of the highest pollen counts in the world in that Missouri. Here's the 1-2 to Johnson. Swung on it deep to center field. Going back is Otis. He's up against the wall, and it's gone. Cliff Johnson has just tied this ball game up at 1 apiece. A drive to deep center field over the 417 mark and up against the stands. Listen to that crowd. standing ovation here at Yankee Stadium for Cliff Johnson. And a Getty round tripper for Cliff Johnson. And for his Getty round tripper, Cliff Johnson receives Getty gift certificates. Good toward the purchase of Getty Premium. And Cliff now comes out and doffs his hat to the crowd again. Now maybe Chambliss ought to ask for a towel. And make Hassler wait. Now Johnson outweighted Hassler and drilled it into center field for a home run. And we've got a 1-1 tie here in the bottom of the fifth. As Chambliss is waiting to hit against Andy Hassler. There have been only 3 base hits in this ball game. 1 by the Royals, 2 by the Yankees. Now Chambliss stands in. He's been up once and struck out. Here's Hassler's first pitch to Chambliss. Curveball bounced slowly towards second. Charged by White. Digs it out. Underhand throw that got Chambliss. White didn't bother to take the ball out of the glove. Just flipped it underhanded to John Mayberry for the second out. That'll bring on Willie Randolph. Willie's been up once, bounced to third. A right-handed hitter. And as Hassler starts up, Randolph backs out and time is called. A little gap for Randolph in left center field. Joe Zeb, the left fielder, playing him straight away. Otis shades him a couple of steps toward right. Randolph takes outside, ball 1. George Brett, the third baseman, playing Randolph even with the bag. Willie doesn't bunt that often. Hassler rocks, and the 1-0 pitch to Randolph. Swung on, line, base hit, left field. Randolph takes a big turnaround first, but Zeb gets the ball over the head of the cutoff man, but Frank White, the second baseman, backs up. And holding at first base is Willie Randolph. Well, the Yankees beginning to get to Andy Hassler here in the 5th inning. Well, Randolph on at first base, 2 outs. That'll bring on Bucky Dent. Bucky's been up once. He bounced to third. A right-handed hitter. Bucky 0 for 4 in the series so far, looking for his first base hit. Hassler sets. Checks Randolph. Pitch to Dent. Line foul outside third base. Bucky got out in front of a changeup. No balls and 1 strike. Well, the Yankee fans and the Yankees coming to life here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Big Cliff Johnson got them on their feet by hitting a long home run into center field, tying the ball game up at 1-1. Chambliss bounced to second for out number 2. Randolph drilled 1 to left for a single, so he's on at first base and has a big lead there. Dent backs out again as Hassler takes too much time. Hassler bending forward looking for a sign. Now he straightens. And goes to first base, and Randolph, balk! They're going to call a balk. Hassler did not step toward first base, and the first base umpire, Jim McKean, called a balk. Now George Brett, the third baseman, calls time. He wants to talk to Hassler. Well, during the season, left-handed pitchers can get away with that move. They step toward home and throw the first. Umpires being a little more conservative and a little more concerned about that move during the American League Championship playoffs. And also, a balk was called on Steve Carlton in the opener of the National League Championship playoffs. So Randolph balked to second base. And here's the 1-strike pitch down to Bucky Dent. Outside, 1-1. Right-hander Mark Littell gets up and starts loosening up for the Royals. And out comes Galen Cisco now, the pitching coach for the Kansas City Royals. So Cisco out talking to Andy Hassler, giving Littell a little more time to get loose. He's not going to take Hassler out, still talking to him. Now Cisco spins, he'll go back to the Royal dugout. One ball, one strike on Bucky Dent. Willie Randolph down at second, 2 outs, and the score is tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 5th. Pitch to Dent is low, 2-1. On deck is Mickey Rivers. Boy, this Yankee crowd really with it tonight. They want the Yankees to tie this series up at 1 game apiece. 2-1 pitch to Bucky Dent. Outside, 3 balls and a strike. Littell throwing hard down the Royal bullpen. He's in a hurry. Hassler bends. Now he straightens. Checks Randolph at second. 3-1 pitch to Dent. Swung on, loop to left. After this zap, it'll fall. Base hit. Randolph around third. He'll score. And the Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead. Bucky Dent got jammed, broke his bat, looped one down the left field line that Joseph could not get to. With 2 outs, Willie Randolph was off and running. He scored easily, and the Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead over the Kansas City Royals in the bottom half of the 5th inning. So Bucky Dent, picking up his first base hit of the series, is on at first base, 2 outs, and the batter will be Mickey Rivers. Every time the Yankees score a run, some fans out in right field throw confetti down on the field, so we're waiting now for the Yankee grounds crew to pick that up. And of course, you would not like that to happen because it takes long enough to play a ball game anyway. It just delays a ball game another 2 or 3 minutes. Well, the debris has been cleared off the field, and Mickey Rivers now stepping in. Mickey has bounced to short and bounced to first. Close play at first base as Hassler just beat him to the bag on a throw from John Mayberry. So Rivers 0 for 2 tonight. Hassler sets and checks Dent. Pitch to Rivers. He takes outside, ball 1. Way in at third base, George Brett. Way in on the grass. Mayberry has to hold Dent at first. Bucky isn't off and asked to steal a base. Next pitch to Rivers, swung on and missed. It's 1-1. On deck is Greg Nettles. The Yankees have picked up 2 runs on 3 base hits here in the 5th. Rivers takes low, 2-1. Big play in the ball game so far. The balk called on Andy Hassler, allowing Randolph to move from first to second. And he scored on the looping single down the left field line by Bucky Dent. 2-1 pitch to Rivers. Swung on and missed. Got a piece of it, and it's held by Darrell Porter, 2-2. Mickey tried to check a swing on a high fastball. Hassler taking a lot of time. Now the left-hander sets. 2-2 pitch. Curveball hit slowly towards short. Charged by Patek. Flips on the second base. And they get the force there on Bucky Dent. And the side is retired. But the Yankees come up with 2 runs on 3 base hits. They leave a man on base. And at the end of 5, it's the Yankees 2. The Royals 1.
Leaded gasoline. You may have noticed that lead isn't the only thing missing. It's probably pretty low on performance, too. That's because most unleadeds just don't have a high enough octane rating to give you the performance you want. The performance you used to get from your regular. In fact, According to standards set by the American Society for Testing and Materials, the people who set gasoline standards used by the federal and state governments, very few unleaded gasolines have a high enough octane to be called regular. To help you choose between them, one usually sells for less. Getty Unleaded Regular gives you the clean-running engine you expect from an unleaded, plus the octane performance you want. And you pay less than you would for most other major unleaded. Now think a minute. Why settle for an unleaded gasoline that's below regular when you can get one that's regular? Getty Unleaded Regular. Once again, we've got what's best for your car.
In 1915, the owner of Knickerbocker Beer bought the Yankees. He opened Yankee Stadium, put Ruth, Gehrig, DiMaggio, and pinstripes, and Yankee history was made. This was a man with a natural instinct for the best. You can taste it in Knickerbocker Natural Beer.
We say Knickerbocker Natural. Nothing should come between you and your beer.
Two great traditions, the Yankees and Knickerbocker, from one great man, Jacob Rupert, Inc., Orange, New Jersey.
Well, top of the sixth coming up, and the Yankees lead the Royals now by a score of 2-1, and Frank White will lead off for the Royals against Ron Guidry. It'll be White, Patek, and then Hal McRae against a left-hander. Yankees coming back with 2 runs in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Pinella bounced out leading the inning off. Then Johnson, after stopping the ball game 3 or 4 times to wipe his brow, finally hit a long home run into center field, tying the ball game up to 1 apiece. Chambliss bounced out for the second out. Willie Randolph singled, was balked to second base, and scored on a single by Bucky Dent. So the Yankees are carrying a 2-1 lead into the 6th inning. And here's the first pitch to Frank White. Swings and misses. White's been up 1 single to left field in this ball game. Bats right-handed. Nettles closes in at third base for him. White has good speed. Yankee outfield playing him straight away. Guidry rocks, and the 1-strike pitch. Swung on, bounced foul outside third. 2 strikes. Yankees have 2 runs on 4 base hits. The Royals 1 run on just 1 base hit. 1 error in the ball game. That charged to Bucky Dent when Hal McRae ripped the throw from Munson out of his hand. Curve is fouled back up against the screen. Still 2 strikes on White. Frank was 1 for 4 last night. 1 for 1 today. 2-strike pitch. Swung on and missed. Struck him out. 5th strikeout for Ron Guidry. And there's 1 away. That'll bring on Freddie Patek. The little shortstop has bounced to third and driven in the Royal run with a sacrifice fly to center field. Patek is a right-handed batter. Moving on deck is Hal McRae. First pitch to Patek. Hit in the air, right center. After it is Rivers and Jackson. That ball is up against the wall. Patek around first, digging for second. He holds there as the throw comes into Bucky Dent. Ball found the gap between Rivers and Reggie Jackson, hit at the base of the wall, and Patek held at second base with a double. Patek's second double of the series. He's down there with 1 away, and the batter's Hal McRae. McRae has walked and struck out. He's 0 for 1. Mentioned that wind is blowing from left toward right. Flags blowing toward right field. Ball hit out that way will be helped, of course. Now Guidry will have to keep an eye on Freddie Patek. Patek stole 53 bases during the regular season for the Kansas City Royals. McRae takes down low, ball 1. Now Billy Martin on the top step of the Yankee dugout telling Bucky Dent to make sure to keep an eye on Freddie Patek. The 1-0 to McRae is high. 2 balls, no strikes. Yankees lead 2-1, sixth inning. Patek down at second base, one away. Guidry set. Send checks Patek. 2-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. 2-1 on McRae. Patek takes a walking lead off second base. 2-1 pitch. Bounced foul into the Royal dugout on the third base side. It's 2-2. McRae got the Royals off and running last night with a 2-run home run off Don Gullett in the first inning. That was the only hit he got, but that was a big one. The Royals won last night 7-2. Here's a 2-2 pitch to McRae. Curveball is sliced foul into the upper deck off the right side. Still 2-2. Guidry gets new ball, bends forward looking for sign. Randolph trying to keep Patek close at second. Guidry checks Patek, and the pitch. Outside and high, 3-2. Guidry trying to keep the ball away from McRae. McRae stands back off the plate. Guidry sets. Payoff pitch. Ball 4 outside, and McRae walks. Well, the Royals have runners at first and second. One away, and the batter is George Brett. Brett has flied to center field, bounced to second. He's 0 for 2 on the left-handed batter. Good speed on the bases for the Royals. Patek off second, McRae off first. Guidry sets and deals. Curveball is a called strike. Yankee infield back looking for 2. Outfield playing straight away. The 1-strike pitch, too high with the breaking ball. It's 1-1. Sparky Lyle gets up in the Yankee bullpen and starts throwing. Now Guidry sets. The 1-1 pitch to Brett. Curveball, cold strike, 2 on the outside corner, 1-2. On deck, Al Counts. Guidry now backs off. Now he steps on the rubber, looks for a sign, gets it. He's at the belt. 1-2 pitch to Brett. Curveball bounced to Nettles at third, to second for 1, and McRae takes, and now Patek is going to try to score, and he will score. And the ball game is tied. McRae knocked Randolph down, threw a rolling block on him, and while Randolph was on the ground, Patek scored from third base. And the ball game is tied 1-1. Now Billy Martin out arguing with second base umpire Marty Springstead. He's saying that McRae came out of the baseline and actually was out of the baseline when he knocked Randolph down after Randolph had touched up at second base. And Martin and Springstead out arguing. But the score is tied 2-2. They get the force at second base. 5-4. Actually, Nettles had a lot of trouble getting that ball out of his glove. Had he gotten out right away, the Yankees might have had a chance to turn a double play. Randolph stood in there at second base, and Hal McRae threw a rolling block on him and knocked him behind second. And then McRae simply became entangled with Randolph, and while they're on the ground, Patek alertly scored from second base. So Brett is on at first. There are 2 outs, and the score is tied. The batter will be Al Cowens. Al Martin has finished his discussion with Marty Springstead, and Billy jogs back to the Yankee dugout. Let's take 15 seconds for station identification on the New York Yankee Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. Emory doesn't discriminate against packages because of their size, weight, or destination. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Here's Al Cowens. He's been up twice, struck out both times. Scores tied. Yankees 2, Royals 2 in the top of the 6th. Pitch to Cowens. Curveball hit in the air to center field. Mickey Rivers moving back. He's waiting and makes the catch, and the side is retired. Royals tied up with a run on 1 base hit. They leave a man on base. And at the end of 5 1/2 to score. The Yankees 2 and the Royals 2.
Next time you have an appetite for fine Indian food, go directly to Akbar at 475 Park Avenue in New York and carte blanche it. Akbar is one of many fine restaurants in New York where your carte blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style with your carte blanche card, because people know carte blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a carte blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can carte blanche your airline tickets, carte blanche your rented car, carte blanche your hotel bill, and even carte blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and carte blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Akbar. Carte blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everybody else.
Say, Frank, what's another word for action?
Yoo-hoo.
Yoo-hoo?
Right, Bill. Yoo-hoo chocolate drink.
Why is that?
Because Yoo-hoo not only has the best chocolate taste of any soft drink, but it also contains high-quality protein. And it's made from 99% fat-free milk. Yoo-hoo keeps your action going. That's why it's Yogi's favorite drink.
Yoo-hoo is the action drink for action people.
Right, the chocolate drink of champions. Join me in a Yoo-hoo?
I'll drink to that.
Drink Yoo-hoo, another fine product from Iroquois Brands.
Oh, Greg Nettles will lead off against Andy Hassler, playing the bottom half of the 6th inning. The score is tied. The Yankees 2 and the Kansas City Royals 2. The Royals doing it on some tough base running by Hal McRae. Went in and bowled over Willie Randolph, became entangled with Randolph, and Freddie Patek scored all the way from second base to tie the ball game up. Nettles has popped the second fly to center. He's 0 for 2 against Andy Hassler. Here's Hassler's first pitch to Nettles. Fastball is swung on and missed. Catfish Hunter throwing in the Yankee bullpen, and right-hander Mark Littell throwing for the Royals. Hassler winds, and the 1-strike pitch. Nettles went too far on a breaking ball. No balls, 2 strikes. On deck is Thurman Munson. And the 2-strike pitch. Outside, 1-2. Left side of the Royal infield playing Nettles to pull. That's Brett, the third baseman, and Patek, the shortstop. The right side playing him straight away. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled straight back. Yankees have 2 runs on 4 hits. The Royals have 2 runs on 2 base hits. 6th inning, 2-2. 1-2 to Nettles. Low and in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Russ gets, inspects that ball, flips it out, and gives Porter a new ball to throw out to Hassler. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Nettles. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Swung on and pulled foul outside first base. Now Russ gets a new supply of balls from the Yankee bat boy. A lot of balls being fouled off this ball game. Normally you go through about 4 dozen baseballs in a ball game. Here's a 2-2 to Nettles. Swung on and missed. Nettles goes after a high fastball out of the strike zone. 1 away. Third strikeout for Andy Hassler. That'll bring on Munson, who is singled and struck out. Thurman is 1 for 2. Thurman taking his time, getting set in the batter's box. The infield straightens up for him, so does the outfield. Here's Hassler's first pitch to Munson. Curveball misses outside, ball 1. Thurman batted .308 for the Yankees. Drove in 100 runs for the 3rd straight year. Hassler's 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Curveball breaking down and in. It's 1-1. Littell stopped working in the bullpen. He's watching the action. Hunter is still throwing for the Yankees. The way Guidry's pitching, Hunter just getting some work in. 1-1 to Munson. Outside, fastball, 2-1. Guidry's given up just 2 base hits. Now Munson backs out. Hassler with the 2-1 to Thurman Munson. High and away, ball 3. Now time is called. Darrell Porter, the catcher, talking to his pitcher. On deck is Reggie Jackson. Andy Hassler looking for sun. Still looking. And finally shakes his head. Now he nods and deals a 3-1. Swung on, line, base hit, left center field for Munson. Thurman around first base, and he's going to try. Nope, he stops. Munson was going to try for 2 and took a big turn there, but changed his mind and went back to first base. So Munson's on at first, 1 away, and the batter's Reggie Jackson. Thurman picking up his second base hit in the ball game, and the Yankees 5th. Jackson still looking for his first. He's 0 for 2 in this ball game. Reggie was 0 for 4 last night, so he's about due. Hassler sets, and the pitch. Swung on and fouled off. Munson is now 15 for 30. 13 for 30. Thank you, Pam. An American League Championship playoff series. That's over 2 years. That's well over 400. Thurman, some kind of clutch player. 1 strike pitch to Jackson. Inside, it's 1-1. Had a great World Series last year for the Yankees, just overshadowed by Johnny Bench. In fact, I don't even know if he were overshadowed by Bench. Here's a 1-1. Swung on and missed. A ball and 2 strikes on Jackson. On deck is Lou Piniella. Scores tied. Yankees 2, Royals 2, playing the bottom half of the 6th inning. Munson with a short lead off first base. He's checked by Hassler. And the 1-2 to Jackson. He checks the swing, takes it down low. It's 2-2. Royals with their infield back looking for two, except for Mayberry. He's holding Munson at first base. Hassler once again takes a lot of time. Now he sets. 2-2 pitch to Jackson. Curveball is inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, with the count 3-2, will Martin run Munson, or we let him stay at first base? Jackson strikes out quite a bit. And sometimes that dictates what a manager will do in this situation. Let's see. Hassler sets. Checks Munson. Munson's going. Pitches hit in the air. Shallow center. Coming on is Amos Otis. Backing up is Frank White. And the second baseman, White, makes the catch. Munson goes back to first base. There are 2 outs, and the batter now is Lou Piniella. Pinella's 0 for 2 in this ball game against Hassler. He's bounced to short, bounced to second. Now Whitey Herzog bounces out of the Kansas City Royal dugout. He's walking out to the mound. He wants a right-hander. He wants a pitching change. Mark Littell. You know, Andy Hassler has certainly pitched well against the Yankees. The Yankees beat him. They've beaten Hassler 7 out of 8 times. But Hassler has given up less than 3 runs per ball game to the Yankees. And he'll leave here, and he has no chance of winning this ball game. Of course, he's quite fortunate that the Royals tied in last inning as Al McRae made a heads-up play, tumbling over Willie Randolph, and Patek scored from second base to tie it up. If it were not for that, Hassler would stand a chance to lose this ball game. But the new pitcher, and he's Mark Littell, and Littell is making his way to the mound.
You want to feel good? Then you just gotta come to Geno's. Because that's where you'll find Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken. Golden brown and finger-licking good. They go together. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Geno's. So come on, come to Geno's and feel good. Feeling good. Feeling good. Feeling good. At Geno's.
So Hassler leaves, and right-hander Mark Littell is now pitching for the Kansas City Royals. Yankees have a runner at first base. There are 2 outs, and the score is tied 2-2. Recap the scoring for you. The Royals got off first after Porter walked in the third inning. Frank White looped a single in the shallow left center, breaking his bat. Porter going to third. Then Freddie Patek had a line drive to Mickey Rivers in center, and Porter tagged up and scored, and the Royals led 1-0. Yankees picked up 2 runs in the 5th inning after Piniella bounced out. Cliff Johnson hit a long home run to center field to tie it at 1 apiece. Then Chambliss bounced out. Willie Randolph lined a single to left field. He was balked to second base by Andy Hassler and scored on a single to left field by Bucky Dent. That made it 2-1 Yankees. And then in the top of this inning, the Royals tied it. After White struck out, Freddie Patek doubled. Al McRae walked. And when George Brett bounced one to Nettles, Nettles had a little trouble getting the ball out of his glove, went to second base with a force on McRae, and McRae just bowled over Willie Randolph and stayed with Randolph, and Patek alertly scored all the way from second base to tie it at 2 apiece. So that's where we are with 2 outs. Munson on at first base, and the batter is Lou Piniella. And the pitch to Piniella. Swung on, base hit past Brett. Munson digging around second base. He'll go to third. And the throw will be in at second. And Munson goes in at third base at Brett. And Brett gets out of the way. Now Brett Munson talking over third. Munson, the Yankee team captain, he says, I got to lead the way. And he's telling Brett to stay out of my way. So the Yankees have runners at first and third. 2 outs, and the batter's Cliff Johnson. Cliff Johnson has bounced to second and hit a home run. Solo home run back in the 5th inning. Lou Piniella on at first, Thurman Munson on at third, 2 outs, score tied, 2-2 in the 6th inning. Pitch to Johnson, and he moves back from a fastball. It's up and in. On deck is Chris Chambliss. A left-hander, Steve Mingori, and a right-hander, Marty Patton, getting loose for the Royals. Here's a set by Littell. The 1-0 to Johnson. Inside, curveball got the inside corner, 1-1. Cliff backed off that breaking ball. Yankees with the go-ahead run down at third base. That's Munson. Lou Piniella taking a short lead off first. 2 outs. Now time is called. One and one on Johnson. Patel at the belt. The 1-1 pitch. Line left field. That is a fair ball. Munson scores. Piniella going to third. And Johnson will go into second base with a stand-up double, and the Yankees now lead it 3-2. Littell came back with a breaking ball, and he hung it on the inside corner. Johnson backed off and lined it to left field. Munson scored easily. Piniella went to third. Johnson down at second with a double. Yankees now lead it 3-2, and the batter is Chris Chambliss. And on deck is Willie Randolph. And the Royals are going to have to decide here what to do to Chambliss. Do they pitch to him or do they put him on? Looks like they want to put him on to load the bases up. They don't know how they want to do it. No, Patek had started it. He just picked up an object and threw it over to the Yankee ball boy. The Royals are going to put Chambliss on to load the bases. There's ball one outside. They're going to pitch to Willie Randolph. Yankees have 3 runs on 7 base hits. And the Royals 2 runs on 2 base hits against Ron Guidry. Key game for the Yankees and the Royals. Yankees need it to tie the series at 1 game apiece. And the Royals need it because they'd like to go back to Kansas City with a 2-0 advantage. Here's ball 4 to Chambliss. And the bases are loaded. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Willie Randolph. Randolph has bounced to third, singled, and scored. Littell sets. First pitch to Randolph. Curveball is too high, ball one. Now Darrell Porter calls time. He's going out and talking to Mark Littell. Now the set by the right-hander, and the 1-0 pitch to Randolph. Low ball. Nope, it's a strike. On the knees. Willie didn't like the call. He backs out, and it's 1-1. One ball and one strike to Randolph. Base is loaded, 2 outs. Littell is at the belt. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. The curveball. A ball and 2 strikes. Lou Piniella at third base. Cliff Johnson down at second. Chris Chambliss at first. As Littell sets. The 1-2 to Randolph. Swung on, hit right to Brett. Piniella will score. Johnson around third. He's going to score. Going into second base is Willie Randolph. And the Yankees now lead 5-2. We'll wait on a scoring decision on that smash through George Brett. Looked like that ball was away from Randolph. He went out and got it and hit a smash through the legs of George Brett, scoring 2 runs. And we're still waiting on the official scores ruling. And with runners at second and third, 2 outs, Yankees leading 5-2. The batter's Bucky Dent. An error charged at third baseman George Brett. So Randolph will not get any runs batted in. Runs count on the board, though. The Yankees lead at 5-2. Here's Dent. Littell sets, deals to Dent, and it's outside, ball 1. A key error by third baseman George Brett lets in 2 runs. 1-0, fouled back and out of play. It's 1-1. Whitey Herzog went and got starter Andy Hassler. With Munson on at first base and 2 outs. Littell gave up a single to Piniella. A run-scoring double to Johnson. Dent tried to hold up and did hold up. 2 balls and 1 strike. Then Chambliss was intentionally passed, and Randolph drilled one through the legs of George Brett. Scoring 2 more runs, and the Yankees lead at 5-2. The count, 2 balls and a strike on Bucky Dent. Base hit here might break this ball game open. Littell sets, and the 2-1 to Dent. Swung on and missed, 2-2. Dent drove in a run his last time up with a single to left field. Now Littell is at the belt. 2-2 pitch. Low, ball 3. On deck is Mickey Rivers. And if Littell doesn't get Dent, you know that Herzog will go out to the bullpen and bring on Mingori to pitch to Rivers. Now Littell sets. Payoff pitch to Dent. Swung on, popped up right side. Frank White, the second baseman, backing up. He's there, makes a catch, and the side is retired. But the Yankees pick up 3 big runs in the bottom half of the 6th inning, and at the end of 6, the Yankees lead the Royals 5-2.
Buddy, this is Mel Allen. You know, I've spent a lot of years broadcasting baseball games, but man, what I wouldn't have given to broadcast a fight, a championship fight with heavyweights like Lewis, Alley, or middleweights like Graziano and Sugar Ray. Well, I finally got my chance to broadcast the champion, the lightweight beer champion, new Rheingold Extra Light. Friends, you're going to hear a lot more about this premium beer because Extra Light got it all together. Less filling, round after round. Only 87 calories a can. But the full-bodied taste still goes the distance. Believe me, this is the one that'll set you beer fans cheering. Less filling, round after round. The new title holder, the lightweight beer champion, Rheingold Extra Light. Go get 'em, champ. Rheingold Brewery, New York.
There's a great taste of Italy in Polly-O food products at Food Fair, Pantry Pride, or Hills supermarkets. And there's a great chance to win one of 12 European vacations for two in the Food Fair, Pantry Pride, Hills 3rd Annual Mediterranean Affair Sweepstakes, plus other big prizes. Nothing to buy. Entry blanks are at the stores. Contest is on now through October 15th. Hurry and win a prized European vacation free. And win compliments on your cooking with the prize flavor of all Polly-O Italian food products now at Food Fair, Pantry Pride, and Hills.
Well, at the end of 6, it's the Yankees 5 runs on 7 base hits, the Royals 2 runs on 2 base hits. And here to take you over the next 3 innings is Scooter, Phil Rizzuto.
All right, William. I was looking for that thing to put in my ear that I had in television all night. I feel uncomfortable without it. I know we got 56,000, how many? 230. Boy, that's a big crowd. That's got to be a new record. Standing room only. And the Yankees treating their loyal fans to a big 3-run inning. Bill White just gave me the sign for station break, so we'll pause for station identification on the New York Yankees Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If Yankee pitchers want to see someone with a really great delivery, they ought to call Emory. Emory, the Air Force in air freight.
Here we go. Top of the 7th, the Yankees leading 5-2. The Royals, who were oozing confidence all day yesterday and all last night, giving out stories to the paper how much better they are than the Yankees. Right now, they're taking a back seat to the Bombers as Amos Otis steps in. Otis is looking for his first base hit of the series. He's fly to right and fly to center. And Guidry's pitch is high ball one as Otis bluffed a bunt. We're in the top of the 7th. Even Keith Morris is excited tonight. Usually very cool, calm, and collected is Mr. Morris, but oh man, if I get any higher than this, I'll start flying over Yankee Stadium. The pitch is low, and Otis moving around a lot in the batter's box. It's 2-0. They want to take a look at that ball. Plate umpire, Russ Getz looks at it, flips it back to Guidry. It'll be Otis, Mayberry, and Zeb. Otis makes everybody wait out there. Look at Billy Martin yelling at Otis, get in the batter's box. Boy, that Billy, he can't sit still. And I don't blame him. This is a big, big ball game. The 2-0 pitch right down the middle, strike call. Otis looking right at Martin now as Martin's yelling at him. Oh, they're staring daggers at each other. Otis keeps stepping out, stepping back in. Two balls and a strike. Ron Guidry winds. The pitch, line to center. Mickey Rivers right there, and Mick makes the catch. That's what the Yankees were doing last night, hitting the ball on the nose, but right at somebody. Who's excited? No. This is, boy, I tell you, just like last year, the playoffs was so much more exciting than the World Series. I can say that because the Yankees lost 4 in a row to Cincinnati. Big John Mayberry popped to second, bounced to first. Getting a little cool here at the stadium. As Guidry winds, the pitch to Mayberry, checked his swing, it's down low, ball 1. They have put the infrared lamps on here, but the heat doesn't come down to where we're sitting. Bartolucci gets it, and whoever's sitting above, Jim Ogle's sitting above him, and he's getting the heat. Jim Ogle paying us a visit from Florida. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Jim, who followed the Yankees for so many years, one of their biggest boosters, has retired from the Newark Star-Ledger, moved to Florida, but can't stay away. Gets in your blood. The 1-1 pitch. Broken bat line, a dent leaps, got it. Oh, Yankees can't do anything wrong now. That bat broke almost in half. And the batter now, Joe Zeb. That's spelled Z-D-E-B. He has struck out, fly to right. Two men are out. Nobody on. Yankees lead 5-2. There's a fastball in there. Strike 1 called. Oh, this Ron Guidry, all year long, has been saving the Yankees. Foul upstairs and out of play. The pitch, strike 3 call. Ron Guidry chalks up his 6th strikeout of the ball game. 3 up, 3 down. At the end of 6.5, the Yankees 5 and the Royals 2.
Thank you, sir. You know you're a very fascinating man.
I am?
Probably the most interesting man I've ever met.
Well, we haven't exactly met. I just came in for a hamburger.
And you're paying with a personal check.
I'm sorry, I just don't seem to have any cash.
That's okay. But your S's and G's, they just don't go with the Lincoln Savings Bank. You're a regular bundle of contradictions.
I'm an accountant.
You've got real macho S's and G's. You're a racing car driver.
No, really, I'm an accountant.
Oh, well, that explains this Lincoln Savings Bank check. Careful about money, making every penny count, and jazz like that. But look at that Y.
Where?
On 65 cents. That's an impetuous Y. You're a very impulsive person.
Yeah, I switched to the Lincoln on impulse. It just struck me that my money belongs in the Lincoln Savings Bank instead of a spending bank. No minimum balance requirements, even in my savings account. It's free.
You also have a fantastic sense of humor.
Oh, free checking at the Lincoln Savings Bank instead of a spending bank, yeah.
You better write another sample.
Like what?
Like a check for the tip.
The Lincoln Savings Bank, member FDIC.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all. Quality, value, and selection in every department. Come in and check out the hardware, plumbing, power tools, paint, linens, draperies, housewares, carpets, building materials. You'll save on energy savers, installation, caulking, storms, screens, and more. Rickles helps you do it better because they have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
All right, we get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. The Yankees in front 5-2. And Mickey Rivers will lead it off for the Yankees. Mick has not had a base hit tonight. He was 3 for 4 last night. He's bounced to short twice and bounced to first. George Brett moves way in at third. Mix about due to hit a Baltimore chop right over his head. Yankees sent 8 men to the plate last inning to score 3 runs. A big error by George Brett. Pitch to Mickey. He fouls it just below as strike 1. Tell you, these Yankee fans have been very patient. The 1-strike pitch, fouled and back of the plate, 0-2. On deck, Greg Nettles. Nobody out, nobody on, bottom of the 7th. The kick, high, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Littell winds, high inside, 2-2. I tell you, Littell brushed Cliff Johnson back, and Cliff, who has been the key man for the Yankees tonight, single to drive in a run, high fly, center field, Amos Otis. Cruising under it, Hill one-handed, and does 1 out. Now Greg Nettles. Greg looking for his first base hit of the playoffs. Was 0 for 4 yesterday, 0 for 3 tonight. Tonight he has popped to second, lined to deep right center, and struck out. Pitch to Nettles, a curve, a little high, ball 1. Well, always about the 7th inning. Have a lot of excitement in the stands. Swing and a miss, couldn't check it. Oh, you know, whenever the Red Sox are here playing the Yankees, there's a lot going on in the stands. And now the Royals will be the same way. There's going to be some rivalry through the years. Check swing, grounded at first. Mayberry up with it will make the play unassisted. And Greg has really been off stride. He's trying to check his swing, a lot of half swings. 2 out, and Thurman Munson, who started the big rally for the Yankees last inning. Thurman is 2 for 3 tonight. He has hit in every playoff game, the same as Freddie Patek, both years. Chris Chambliss can do it if he gets a hit his next time up. He's hitting every game but this one. Pitch to Thurman, swing and a miss, strike 1. Mark Littell, 2 out, nobody on. Fastball line to left center, and that's in for a base hit. Otis over there, backhands it. Munson's going to try for second, but he slid head first, and Patek tags him out. I tell you, Thurman Munson rounded that bag. A single to play goes 8-6 to get Munson trying to stretch it. I thought for a moment that Thurman was going to barrel in and knock Patek into the left field seats, but he went head first. So for the Yankees, no runs, a hit, no errors, nobody left at the end of 7. The Yankees 5 and the Royals 2.
Hey, we've got success for sale at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Come on in and see what we've got. If success is what you're looking for, well, we've got a lot.
Right now, during cleanup time, we're offering year-end deals on the small car America's getting comfortable with, Volare. Because of Chrysler engineering, Volare offers you the ride of a big car and the value of a small car. And Volare comes in 3 models, the 4-door sedan, the 2-door coupe, and the popular Volare wagon, America's #1 selling wagon. And now there's a great selection of Volares to choose from, all ready for immediate delivery. Come on in and get your deal on Volare now.
At your Chrysler Plymouth dealer, you never fail. we've got success for sale. We've got success for sale. We've got success for sale. Come on into HFC.
The need for extra shopping money is a sure sign of spring and summer. And if you're not sure how to get it, come on into HFC for a shopper's loan. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. HFC.
Household finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC.
All right, Ron Guidry a little late getting out to the mound, so he's still warming up. No other games to report on. There's a day off for travel in the National League playoffs. They're tied at 1 apiece, Philadelphia and Los Angeles. And it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter. Let's see who number 12 is. Who's number 12? Who? Would you spell that for me, please? A-T-H-A-N. Dan Wathan. John? I thought you told me Dan. There it is on the back of that sheet right there. It's John. I got a Floridian and Keith Morris, who lives in the Ritzy section, upstate New York, sounded like Don. So John Wathan making his first appearance. Ron Guidry ready to pitch. He's batting for Darrell Porter. Porter had walked and scored and lined to second base. But Whitey Herzog now looking for some right-hand hitters. Frank White is on deck. Guidry takes the deep breath. The pitch to Wathan is in there. Strike one call. High and outside, 1-1. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Yankees try and even up at 1-1. The American League playoffs. Swing and a miss, a good fastball that tailed away from Wathan. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Big right-hand batter. Here's the pitch. Struck him out. Oh, he blew that fastball right by him. Strikeout number 7. Ron Guidry right on target. He's averaged a little over 7 strikeouts per 9 innings this year. Frank White has singled to help build a run in the 3rd and then struck out in the 5th. 1 out, nobody on. Pitch to White. Strike one called. On deck, Freddie Patek. Guidry's next pitch, foul upstairs and out of play. 0-2. Guidry walks back on the grass and back of the mound. Frank White behind on the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Lined up by Guidry. And the pitch popped up, shallow right field. Jackson moves in, and one-hands it. Boy, did he nonchalant that one. 2 away. And now Freddie Patek. He's bounced to short, hit a sacrifice fly to drive in a run, and doubled and scored another run. Patek has hit in every game in the playoffs for Kansas City last year and this year. Two out, nobody on. Pitch by Guidry, high, ball 1. On deck, Hal McRae. Foul back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Time called while Patek gets set in the box. Guidry takes the deep breath. Kicks and delivers. Foul back and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Freddie Guidry is throwing as hard right now as he was in the first inning. Amazing where this kid gets his stamina and speed. Well, he weighs about 150 pounds. The 1-2 pitch. High fly, straightaway center. Mickey Rivers cruising in under it. Makes the catch in a 1-2-3 inning. Nothing across at the end of 7.5. Yankees 5 and the Royals 2.
Go Ozark. We make it easy for you. Go Ozark. We make it easy for you.
When you're going places in the heartland of America, Ozark's non-stops and direct flights can really make it.
And without a care, chances are that Ozark is the airline in the schedule to get you there. Go Ozark!
Fly direct to Central Illinois on Ozark jets and avoid changing planes. Call your professional travel advisor or Ozark.
In the bottom of the 8th inning, the new catcher is John Wathen, who went in to pinch hit for Darrell Porter. And the first batter will be Reggie Jackson. Reggie's looking for his first base hit. Jackson tonight has bounced to third, fly to left, and popped to second. Went 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. I tell you, the Kansas City pitchers have done an outstanding job on Nettles, Jackson, and Chambliss. But tonight, the other Yankees are coming through. The clutch hits by Cliff Johnson, a tremendous home run in the center field bleachers, and a single to give the Yankees their go-ahead run. And then the error by Brett let in 2 more. All right, Littell's pitch to Jackson. Curve over, strike 1 called. It'll be Jackson, Piniella, and Johnson. For 1 strike pitch in there, strike 2. Jackson was bailing out, and a breaking pitch came over. So the Yankees have done a great job on George Brett, too, who led the league in batting last year, and this year finished at .312. He's looking for his first base hit of the series. The 2-strike pitch. Foul back on the screen. He tried to slip the fastball by Reggie. All right, 0-2 the count. The wind-up and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out, nobody on. Bottom of the 8th, Yanks in front, 5-2. The tail kicks, delivers. It's low, 2-2. Outfield really deep on Reggie in all fields, left, center, and right. Littell gets the sign. And the pitch, line drive, base hit, right field. So Jackson gets his first hit of the playoffs. Very opportune moment leading off the bottom of the 8th. That's the third hit off Littell. Lou Piniella, the batter. Lou has bounced to short, bounced to second, single to left, and scored. He got a clutch 2-out single in the 6th inning to keep the Yankee rally alive. All right, time is called as a ball is thrown off the field by Freddie Patek. Piniella the batter, nobody out, Jackson at first. Mayberry holding him on. Yankees leading 5-2, bottom of the 8th. Stretch by Littell. Throw to first base, Reggie back easily. I tell you, Whitey Herzog made himself out to be a genius in yesterday's game, but I think tonight he pulled a big boo-boo when he took Hassler out when he did. There goes Jackson. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. Jackson safe. Holy cow, that Jackson has got the most unbelievable stolen base record. Bad leg and all. He steals another base. Jackson was only thrown out 3 times all year. And now Piniella went down to talk with Dick Hauser. 1 strike. Jackson is amazing. When he steals, he picks the time. And something in back of Amos Otis in center field. Reggie Jackson playing with a bad leg. He's at second with nobody out. See if Piniella now, who is a good right field hitter, whether he's going to hit or bunt. He's hitting, and it's inside. He was trying to go to right, but it's 1-1. Littell now will try and pitch Lou inside so he can't hit the ball to the right side. But Piniella, who is a great student of hitting. The stretch by the right-hander. And the pitch, he's tried to go to right. Boy, I tell you, he ran up on the ball, just tried to slap it to right, but missed it. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Jackson leading away. Littell comes down slowly. The pitch to Piniella. A fly ball at deep center. That'll get Jackson over. He's tagging. Otis under it. Makes the catch. Throw to third base. Not nearly in time. Jackson slides. Didn't have to. So Reggie does his job. Piniella does his job. And the Yankees have another runner in scoring position for Big Cliff Johnson. That is not a sacrifice fly, but a good play by Piniella. And here is Johnson. Listen to this crowd, a standing ovation for Cliff Johnson. Beautiful, beautiful music. Johnson bounced to second, hit a tremendous home run in the center field bleachers. Double to left field. He has driven in 2 runs and scored 2. And the infield is in. His double was off Littell in the 6th inning. Jackson leads off third. Pitch to Johnson. Whoa, what a cut he had, but he missed. Ho, ho, ho. He was going for downtown. Not really downtown, that's uptown. Downtown is in back of home plate. He was going for the upper Bronx. What a cut he had at that one. On deck, Chris Chambliss. Only 1 out. Johnson really did a job just prior to his home run, dabbing at his eyes, making Hassler wait. And I think the weight got to him. Littell pitching from a stretch position, checking Jackson. Swing and a foul tip held by Wathan. And look, he swung so hard he ended halfway down to first base, his momentum. It's 0-2. Johnson limping back. He does have that bad right ankle. He reaches down now, does a little knee bend. Johnson's an excellent actor. He's looking for a little sympathy from Littell, limping around. He might get it, too. 0-2 on Cliff. Littell looks in for the sign. Now he comes set. Steps off the rubber. And the crowd boos him. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Yanks in front, 5-2, bottom of the 8th. Jackson leading off third. The pitch to Johnson, almost a wild pitch. Good backhand grab by Wathan. For some reason, that's a tough name for me to say, Wathan. It is missing a letter. An L. All right, Littell ready again. Pitch swing and a miss, strike 3. He strikes Johnson out. But Cliff gets another big hand on the way back to the dugout. Listen to this Yankee crowd. That's something when you get a standing ovation for striking out. And now the big meeting on the mound with Chambliss up again. Last time up with men on, they walked Chambliss intentionally, and then Randolph hit the grounder that Brett booted, allowing 2 runs to score. And everybody remembers the dramatic confrontation between Littell and Chambliss. Son of a gun, they're going to walk him again. When Chambliss hit that dramatic home run to win the pennant for the Yankees, but they're going to give him another intentional walk. Kansas City pitchers have been stingy with their walks. Splitoff walked only 1 man. That was Chambliss. In the 9th inning of the first game yesterday, they took him out. And Chambliss, the only man to walk in this game. And Bartolucci wants a station break, so we'll give it to him. We'll pause for station identification on the New York Yankees Home of Champions Radio Network.
WMCA, Strauss Communications in New York. This is Mel Allen. If you have a package that has to get somewhere fast, call in the Air Force. Emory, the Air Force and Air Freight.
Willie Randolph, who hit that hot shot that went right through the legs of George Brett. Willie is singled and bounced to third. Base hit left field. Jackson scores and the Yankees lead 6-2. So each time that Whitey Herzog has tried to use strategy, it's backfired on him tonight. A different night tonight, Whitey. A single to left and the Yankees are out in front. 6-2 as Willie comes through with a big base hit. Bucky Dent, the batter. Bucky has bounced to third, singled, and popped to second. Dent has driven in a big run in this game. Pitch to Bucky. Low and outside, ball 1. 2 men are out. Yankees 6 and the Royals 2. The pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. balls, one strike on Bucky Dent. pitch to Bucky. Foul upstairs and out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 men on. The Yankees leading 6-2. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Mark Littell in relief of Andy Hassler. The pitch. Foul. That'll be back and out of play. Unfortunately, Hassler is the pitcher of record in this ball game. He pitched another beautiful game against the Yankees. But once again, right now is on the short end of the score. And the plate umpire, Russ Getz, wants some more baseballs. Still 2-2 on Bucky Dent. Stretch by Littell. The pitch outside, 3-2. So Chambliss and Randolph will be off and running. 3-2 and 2 out. The Yankees were held to just 1 hit through the first 4 and a third innings. Now have 10 base hits. Royals have but 2. The stretch. The runners go. The pitch. Low ball 4. The bases are loaded. And here comes Whitey Herzog to make another brilliant move. And Herzog wants a left-hander to pitch to Mickey Rivers. Nothing Whitey has done tonight has been right. So Littell leaves. And we'll see who the left-hander is coming on. To recap this game for you, the Royals scored first in the third inning when Darrell Porter walked. Frank White had a broken bat single to shallow left center that advanced Porter to third, and he scored on a sacrifice fly by Patek. Then the Yankees went ahead 2-0. When Cliff Johnson, with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th, homered in the deep center field bleachers. With 2 out, Randolph singled, Dent singled. Randolph went to second on a balk and scored on Bucky Dent's single. The Yankees led 2-1. The Royals tied it up in the top of the 6th. When, after 1 out, Freddie Patek doubled. McRae walked, and on a ground ball by Brett to Nettles, McRae hit Willie Randolph and drove him almost into left field. And a run scored as Randolph was on the ground with the ball on the ground next to him. But then the Yankees bounced back with 3 big runs in the bottom of the 6th. A 1-out single by Munson, a 2-out single by Piniella, a double by Johnson, an intentional walk to Chambliss, and a big error by George Brett. And now in this inning, the Yankees have scored. They lead 6-2. Steve Mingori, the left-hander, is on. And he will pitch to Mickey Rivers. And if he serves Mickey one of those sidearm curves, Mickey's going to slap it right down the left field line. So Mingori is loosening up. The bases are full of Yankees. I tell you, in the 5th, 6th, and here in the 8th inning, the Yankees sending a lot of men up to the plate. They sent 6 men to the plate in the 5th when they scored 2. They sent 8 men to the plate in the 6th when they scored 3. And this is the 7th man to come to the plate here in the 8th inning. Mickey's 0 for 4 tonight. Bounced to short, bounced to first, hit into a force play, and fly to center. And how about that Rod Carew of the Twins? He hit .439 during the final month and was named the Player of the Month, the only man to ever win that honor twice in 1 year. All right, Rivers the batter with 2 out and the bases loaded. Brett still playing in at third. Pitch to Rivers. The curve, he tried to slap it to left field and missed it. Wathan calls time and goes out to talk to Mingori. On deck is Greg Nettles. Still talking out on the mound. And now Wathan turns around, puts the mask back on, and comes back. Yankees leading 6-2 here in the bottom of the 8th. Mingori, the glove on his knee, comes down to the belt. Curve, it's inside, 1-1. Mickey's trying to hit that ball to left field. And Mingori doesn't want to get that curve in on Mickey, but both of them have been inside. He gets one away from the plate. Mickey will serve it out there like a tennis player on a backhand shot. Fastball outside, 2-1. He's got to come over that plate. If he walks Mickey, another run will come across. Bases are full of Yankees. Chambliss at third, Randolph at second, Dent over at first. Stretch by Mingori. The curve is fouled just below us. It's 2-2. Mingori goes to the rosin bag. Looks in for the sign. Now comes set. And the pitch. Curve swung at and missed, strike 3. So Mingori does his job, but the Yankees pick up another run on 2 base hits, no errors, 3 men left at the end of 8. The Yankees 6 and the Royals 2.
Flavor of Venetian cuisine, the zesty, satisfying taste of La Cucina Siciliana. From Palermo to Milano, you can cook your way through all the delectable regional dishes of Italy with food products from Palio. Smooth, creamy Palio ricotta cheese. Luscious, fast-melting Palio mozzarella. From peppers to pepperoni, tomatoes to macaroni, Palio has a complete variety of real Italian food products. All made to help you make dishes that would charm a Parman or make a Roman feel at home in. Palio, always in the best Italian taste. Looked at a calendar lately, winter's going to be on us before you know it or want it. And the colder it gets, the harder it gets for your car to start up every morning. That's where a fresh set of Champion spark plugs comes in. Because the fresher your plugs, the surer your start. So this winter, don't let your old spark plugs leave you in the cold. Fill her up with Champion, world's #1 seller.
The scoreboard, tonight's attendance 56,230. The totals for the 2 games 111,160. And it says the Yankees think the greatest fans in the world. And they certainly are proving it tonight. They have all year. Paul Blair has moved in to play right field for the Yankees. As we go into the top of the 9th, it'll be McRae, Brett, and Collins. McRae has been a thorn in the side of the Yankees, using a few of Eddie Stanky's old tricks to knock the ball out of the glove of first Bucky Dent and then Willie Randolph. McRae has walked twice and struck out once. Guidry winds. Swing and a miss at a curve, strike 1. I'll tell you, the Yankees will not soon forget the 2 plays that McRae pulled down at second base. Rest assured. The next pitch by Guidry. Just a little low, 1-1. Top of the 9th, the Yanks lead 6-2. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. Ron Guidry has 7 strikeouts. He's allowed just 2 base hits and 2 runs. He has walked 3. The 1-2 pitch, a little bit high, 2-2. Now the 2-2 delivery. Oh, man, that was close. I don't know where it was, but it was called ball 3. Munson wants to know where it was. McRae got a break there. 3-2. And the pitch popped up, but I believe it'll be out of play. Chambliss will not be able to reach it. Now it's back about 6 rows. Still 3-2 on McRae. Sparky Lyle is up in the Yankee bullpen, just in case. The payoff pitch. Bounce it to short. Dent in. Big hop. Throw to first. They got him. All right. McRae went after a bad ball that time. It was out of the strike zone. Would have had a base on balls. Here's George Brett looking for his first hit in the playoffs. He's flied to center, bounced to second, bounced to third. One out, nobody on. Pitch to Brett, strike 1. Got some Yankee fans cheering below us. Line, there's the first hit for Brett. A line drive in a left field. In his 9th at-bat in the playoffs, Brett gets his first hit with 1 out here in the top of the 9th. And the batter now, Al Cowens. Cowens has struck out twice and flied to center. Well, I tell you, if Brett was going to get his hit, that was not a bad time for him to get it. He's been up with a lot of men on. Cowens, who had a big game yesterday with 3 base hits, one of them a homer, has been shut out. Yankees lead 6-2 here in the top of the 9th. And the curve is over, strike 1 call. Cowens asking for time. And Munson saying that Cowens is out of the batter's box. Russ gets measuring with the bat. Making the line now, and Cowens was standing out of the batter's box. Atta boy, Thurman. Got to play this game according to the rules, you know. Old Abner Doubleday knew what he was doing when he made the rules. Munson moves up a bit on the plate now. That Cowens moved up. Guidry sets. And the pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. And now Russ Getz will clean off home plate. Nothing in 2 the count. Well, Munson has given Cowens a little bit to think about, worry about, his stance. The 2-strike pitch. Foul, just got a piece of it. Barely fouled it off to stay alive. One man out in the top of the 9th. Yankees leading 6-2. Chambliss playing in back of the runner at first. Guidry comes to the belt. The pitch, foul, back and out of play. That's a good way to come up with a few broken fingers trying to catch a foul ball against the wall. All right, Cowens stepped out of the batter's box. He's back in. Guidry gets the sign from Munson. And the pitch. He reached out a ball about a foot outside the strike zone and fouled it down the right field line. And again, Russ Getz wants some new baseballs. Nothing in two, the count. Stretch by Guidry. The pitch. Oh, he just barely fouled it off the end of the bat to stay alive again. Guidry throwing some good pitches to Cowens. Guidry has not wasted a pitch on Cowens. Cowens won't let him waste a pitch. Time is called as a hat is on the ground out in right field, recovered by the right field umpire, Jerry Neudecker. Picks it up, flips it in the stands. All right, we're ready to go again. One out, top of the ninth. The Yanks in front 6-2. Brett at first. And the pitch hit high and deep to left field. Pinella's got room, though. On the warning track, makes the catch. So the Royals now a little frustrated. This is what happened to the Yankees last night. All their long drives and line drives were caught. And it's happening to Kansas City tonight. Another ball game. Different breaks. 2 out. Here's Amos Otis. He's flied to right and flied to center twice. 2 out in the top of the ninth. Brett at first. Stretch by Guidry. And it's high and outside, ball 1. On deck, John Mayberry. The 1-0 pitch. Fly deep to center, but Rivers with plenty of room. The crowd's on their feet. Mickey makes the catch, and the ball game is over. Oh, they are mobbing Guidry. What a job by the young left-hander. No runs, a hit, no errors, a man left. The final score, the Yankees 6 and the Royals 2.
Eat too much, drink too much, take Brioski.
You remember that jingle? Millions of men and women remember, because that jingle means Brioski. And Brioski has meant fast, effective relief to millions for almost 100 years. That's product integrity. We believe that a manufacturer should stand behind his product, don't you? Then let me ask you, has any company ever offered you double your money back on an antacid, liquid, tablet, or seltzer? Because we know that Brioski will give you the fast relief you want. When you suffer from heartburn, acid indigestion, or sour stomach, we make the Brioski Consumer Pledge. Simply stated, if Brioski doesn't give you the fast relief you want, we'll send you double your money back. So the next time you have heartburn, acid indigestion, or sour stomach, just take pleasant lemon-tasting Brioski and discover what those millions before you have experienced. If for any reason you don't get the fast relief we promised, send us the unused portion in its original package plus sales receipt, and we'll send you double your money back. That's the Brioski Consumer Pledge.
Well, the totals in the ball game for the victorious Yankees: 6 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. For the Royals, 2 runs on just 3 hits and 1 error. The winning pitcher, of course, Ron Guidry, who went all the way. And as we've said so many times, he has been the stopper and the lifesaver for the Yankees all year. The losing pitcher, Andy Hassler, pitched another fine ball game, but he was the victim of Mark Littell coming on and giving up the run, and 2 more runs after that. The error by George Brett. The big hitter for the Yankees in the ball game, Cliff Johnson, with a tremendous home run to deep center field and a double. He drove in 2 runs and scored 2. Willie Randolph had a couple of base hits, scored a run and drove in a run. Bucky Dent drove in a run, and 2 other runs scored on the error by Brett. We'll be back with more in the game right after this.
If all you need is money, come on into HFC.
If you're thinking about a faraway vacation, but money's keeping you close to home, come on into HFC. With an HFC travel loan, you could get away from it all. HFC, an equal opportunity lender.
So come on in. Come on in. Come on in to HFC.
Household finance, where people use our money to get the most out of life.
Come on in to HFC. Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Rickle has it all the wall coverings, hardware, plumbing and paint, all the linens and carpeting, all the power tools, building materials and accessories you need to do it yourself. All the energy savers, too, to lower your home fuel bills. Come into Rickle for quality, value, and selection. They have it all.
Rickle helps you do it better. Do it better with Rickle.
Well, the playoffs all evened up, same as the National League. The Phillies and the Dodgers 1-1. The Yankees and the Royals 1-1. Oh, Labe Friedman, you got to save me those New York papers. I got to see what they have to say about how smart the Royals were tonight after last night. The Yankees coming back to win a big, big ball game as they've done all year long. Well, this is Phil Rizzuto along with Frank Messer and Bill White saying so long from Yankee Stadium in New York. Once again, the final score, the Yankees 6 and the Royals 2. The executive producers of New York Yankee Baseball are Mike DiTomaso and Ed Babinski. Our engineer, as always, Dan Bartolucci. The next Yankee broadcast will be Friday night when the Yankees meet the Kansas City Royals at Kansas City. Game time will be 8:10 p.m. Join Frank Messer for his pregame show at 8 p.m. And once again, this is Phil Rizzuto along with Frank Messer, Bill White, and Dan Bartolucci saying so long from Yankee Stadium in New York. Once again, the final score, the Yankees 6, the Royals 2.
This New York Yankee game was brought to you by New York's favorite Rheingold Extra Dry Beer. Champion Spark Plugs. Champion reminds you that the fresher your plugs, the better your mileage. Yoo-hoo. Isn't it time you knew Yoo-hoo? Household Finance Corporation. They've solved more financial problems for more people than anyone else in their business. Rickle Home Centers for lumber, building supplies, paints, and hardware. Pharmacrat, makers of Cruex and Desinex. AC Delco Auto Parts. Geno's in New Jersey for 100% sirloiners and Kentucky Fried Chicken. And by Getty Gasoline, the oil company that gives you more for your dollar.
WMCA. Strauss Communications in New York.
Next time you have an appetite for fine French food, go directly to Quercy at 52 West 55th Street in New York and Carte Blanche it. Quercy is one of the many fine restaurants in New York where your Carte Blanche card will allow you to spoil, indulge, and treat yourself to the kind of food that nobody can make at home. Dinner always tastes a little better when you have it with style, with your Carte Blanche card, because people know Carte Blanche denotes more than an average measure of distinction and taste. With a Carte Blanche card, you can travel with style, too. You can Carte Blanche your airline tickets, and Carte Blanche your rented car, and Carte Blanche your hotel bill, and even Carte Blanche a vacation tour through Cartan Tours. Keep your card with you wherever you go, and Carte Blanche your way through over 250,000 doors across the country, including Quercy. Carte Blanche it. You'll know you're going first class, and so will everyone else.
When garbage and raw sewage from New York City began to wash up on Long Island's beaches, Hempstead Town Supervisor Al D'Amato refused to let our beaches die. He went to court to force the city and federal government to build sewage treatment plants so that the dumping of 200 million gallons of raw sewage a day would be stopped.
The destruction of our beaches must be prevented. We have a right as citizens to live free of this kind of pollution, and we're going to see that it's stopped.
With our beaches threatened, it was Al D'Amato who led the fight to expose the source of this pollution and take corrective action. Keep Al D'Amato working for us. Make him the presiding supervisor for the town of Hempstead on Election Day, and then vote the entire D'Amato-Bennett team on Row B. Paid for by the Town of Hempstead Republican Committee.
The Mel Allen postgame show is brought to you by the Cricket Shop in fashionable Cedarhurst, Long Island, the leading men's and boys' fashion center, offering clothes for the way you live today.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and once again, let me say the Mel Allen postgame show stars John Sterling and features Mel Allen. Special added attraction, Marion Bone. And a big surprise guest, Hal Brown, at the end of the program is going to tap dance for you. Mel, there's so many things you can say. This was a terrific game, an interesting game, obviously all from the Yankees' standpoint. First of all, the series is tied. The Yankees won 6-2. It's a 2-out-of-3 series for the American League Championship. It's all played in Kansas City. The Royals have the edge, but the Yankees certainly can win 2 out of 3. And the Yankees have 3 starting pitchers set. Torres, Figueroa, and Tidrow. They're going to have to go at least 6 innings or so, and then Sparky could relieve every day. I don't know where we begin. I guess we got to begin with a guy who's been the stopper all year long for the Yankees, Ron Guidry. And not only does he throw the ball so hard, but he has good control. And tonight, against a team that is a marvelous hitting ball club, that has power, lefty hitting, righty hitting, and guys who hit for great averages, a team that scored as many runs as the Yanks this year, he held them to 3 hits. And 2 of those were by their 2 Punch and Judy hitters, Freddie Patek and Frank White.
It's sort of the same story, but in reverse. They stopped the Yankee power yesterday, and tonight Guidry stopped their big man, except for the 1 hit that Cowens got in the 9th inning.
Right. Well, they did stop him.
Or Brett, rather.
Right. They did stop him completely. It's interesting about how Kansas City obviously wants to play. And we're going to recap the game very quickly. The Royals, though, had a stolen base in the first inning when McRae got on, and actually it wasn't a stolen base. Munson threw him out, but he kicked the ball out of Dent's hand. But
Stankin Rizzuto, remember that?
Right,
World
51.
Series?
I'll tell you what, Philip Francis remembers that.
Yes, he
Not
does.
too happily either. But there was an example where they ran. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because, you know, you can analyze these things to death, but it depends upon execution as to whether or not you have a chance to go into your strengths or weaknesses. In the 3rd inning, when Kansas City broke the scoreless tie, by the way, Andy Hassler pitched a hell of a game. That's exactly what they wanted him to do. But in the 3rd inning, Porter walked, and the left-handers keep on walking Porter, who has a pretty good eye. And then Frank White got one of the 3 Kansas City hits, a handle hit. And so that wasn't exactly a very strong hit. And Porter,
a little looper into center.
Yeah, and Porter, who isn't fast at all, went all the way to 3rd, challenged the Yanks, and there was no play made on him. And then a line drive to center field to Rivers in really relatively short center field. And Rivers threw very badly to the plate, and Porter again, without great speed, tagged up and scored. And later on in the game...
John, can I interrupt just 1 second? As you're detailing this game, it's one of the things that you and I talked about yesterday as an overriding factor in this entire series. And that is you can run on the Yankee outfielders, but you can't run on the Kansas City outfielders.
I wanted to recap the game for people who tuned in late. No, but I recap with a point. The point is that, which I'll get now, I don't have to do it at the end dramatically. The point is that the Royals, who really wanted to run, every chance they had, they ran. But you know what? As we said yesterday, you can't run if you don't get on base. You can't steal first base. And Kansas City's running game was stopped because Guidry didn't allow anyone to get on base. And so we can talk all the way you want about the Yankees having poor throwing in the outfield, which they do. And Munson now and then having problems throwing runners out of second base. Sometimes he doesn't have problems, by the way. But it doesn't matter if the pitching is good. And Guidry's pitching was so strong, Kansas City not only couldn't run, they couldn't get on base. The Yankees made it 2-1 in the last of the 5th, and Hassler was pitching so well. Hassler comes over the top with hard breaking stuff, and his pitches really kind of act like a sinker. And he had Cliff Johnson foul popped out, and that was the first big play of this American League Championship Series. Darryl Porter came back, overran the ball, reached back, it went out of his glove, and Johnson had a life. And you almost felt that when Johnson had a life, something was going to happen. There was 1 out, no one on in the 5th. If he got Johnson out, he had the left-handed Chambliss. Looked like the Yankees are going to be out in the 5th inning without a run, down 1-0 at the end of 5. But Porter dropped the ball.
That could have been the turning point of the game. There were so many things that happened tonight that could have been turning points, and certainly that was one in a whimsical sort of way. I think back to Johnson getting something in his eye,
right?
And it could have been a home run he's trying to wipe away or wipe it in. But have you ever seen things happen like that? You almost felt in your bones as soon as Porter let that ball sail away from him. When you give a batter a new life, he generally comes through getting a base hit. Remind me of the time Barra dropped the third out on Ted Williams in the ninth inning. Of course, they were ahead by, I think it was 8-0, but a no-hitter was in the balance there. But he got him out on a foul on the very next pitch from Allie Reynolds. But go ahead. I've interrupted your review.
Getting the point that you knew. Well, you felt something was going to happen. Mel and I watched the game in two different places. I just wondered if he had the same feeling. And Cliff Johnson really hit a home run. He hit a line drive to center field that wasn't close. It banged off the black hitting area.
The old wall.
Yeah.
Behind the new fence. The interesting thing to me was that you could see him hoping and hoping and hoping, because the score is 1-0 Kansas City at this point. As he got to first base, it wasn't until after he rounded first base, his fist finally went up into the air, and he saw that ball bang up against it.
What a
homer.
Now, here's, let's stop for a minute in our assessment. First of all, let me break the station. It's 11:32 at WMCA Strauss Communications in New York, Real People Radio, and Mel and I will be with you till midnight with the post-game rehash. At least we have things to talk about tonight, and I don't mean just because the Yankees won, but there was some flavor in the game, and maybe a little bad blood being incurred between the two teams. Anyway, Johnson hit the home run. It was tied at 1. I must stop for a minute. And now you have known so many players in your life. You have seen this so far often than I. Go back a year. The Houston Astros, I knew Tal Smith very well here in New York, so I've kind of followed his progress in Houston. Houston Astros determined that Cliff Johnson was going to catch for him. They had Bob Watson at first base. There's no DH in the National League, and Johnson the year before had come up after a great year with Denver in the Pacific Coast League. Great power, and they ran crazy on Johnson. And the word went out, and the word is fatal in baseball. Boy, you get labeled there, it's like being labeled a criminal in society. You know, they ran Johnson crazy. Now, who knows? Maybe the pitchers. We don't see the Houston games often enough. And Johnson got off to a slow start, and by mid-season or so, Houston got off to a bad start. They put Johnson on the bench and kept him there. And here's a guy who's not young, came up late, languishing on the bench, and had a reputation that there's only one place you could play him, first base. And, of course, Bob Watson's playing first base for Houston. So this year, in mid-season, not being used, or in June, the Yankees make a deal to bring in Johnson. And now he's starring. 56,000 people giving him a standing O. He is a free agent. There got to be a lot of teams that be interested in this guy who, if he played every day for you, probably hit 30, 35 home runs. He has caught very well for the Yanks. And he's got to be the happiest guy. His life absolutely changed. It did a 180 in the span of being dealt. Now, that happens so often.
I have to just add one other little touch, because you never know about being nice to people, let us say. Gabe Paul was general manager at Houston briefly.
Right.
When you mentioned Tal Smith, I think he followed Gabe, didn't he?
Right.
So there was a connection that eventually led to Johnson coming to New York.
Very much. Well, of course, when Gabe got here to New York, he needed an assistant, and he brought in Tal Smith from Houston. And Tal spent a couple of years here before graduated general manager, and that's how deals are made. And I'll be damned if Johnson hasn't just turned his life around.
He had a great season as a DH and playing, giving Chambliss an occasional rest during the year, and Munson back to play.
And I do, since we won't, I was going to fill in for Barry Gray tonight. We won't have time, and if I was going to do Barry's show, would have taken calls, but because people are always willing to, or trying to knock, it'd be very easy if the Yankees lost. For my first call, as they always do, they always find the guy on the bench who hasn't played. Why didn't you play so-and-so? I could be could be a guy who's averaged 120 for his 20-year career. Right? Why did they play so-and-so? Well, Billy Martin took out Roy White, pretty popular Yankee, to put Piniella in left to D.H. Johnson against the lefty. And Piniella had a base hit yesterday and was robbed of a home run, or at least an extra base hit. Johnson had base hit yesterday, and today Johnson had 2 big hits, including the home run. And Johnson and Piniella had back-to-back hits off Littell to break open the game. And so I think that point should be made about Billy Martin, because he'd hear about it if the reverse. I wonder if Cliff Johnson won't play in Kansas City. Anyway, after Johnson's home run, the next break in the game came when Randolph got a base hit and Hassler balked him to second. And that was a big balk, because Dent then hit a kind of a fly ball single that Joe Zeb got a bad break on. And the Yankees led 2-1. And then Kansas City tied it up in the 6th, Mel. Again, just scratching a run against Guidry. With 1 out, Patek doubled to right center field. It was a good hit. It was a line drive hit. That was their first decent hit of the game. Hal McRae walked. And then Brett hit a double play ball to Nettles. And I got to ask your opinion. Does Nettles juggle the ball in his glove?
Right.
He didn't get it out right away.
That led to what you're going to talk about, in my opinion.
Now he throws to second base. Now, for those who didn't tune in, McRae did what runners do normally, and that's go into the second baseman heavily. But McRae threw a great block, knocked Randolph down, and as Randolph's on the ground, Patek is so quick, ran around third and scored and tied the game at 2. Now, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, on the play, it may have seemed that McRae went out of his way to a lot of people. Obviously, Billy Martin came out to argue, but often a manager will come out to argue just for the sake of keeping his club hyped up. But he actually hit him right near the bag, but he threw such a beautiful football block. He took him a few feet out. The fact that he went to Florida A&M, I'm just curious. I know he went to Florida A&M. I'm wondering if he didn't play some football down there. He had to. But he didn't hit him out of the baseline, so to speak. He didn't go for Randolph. Because Randolph actually was right at the bag, having taken a somewhat belated throw, because Nettles had just juggled the ball just long enough, and though they got the force out just as he was ready to pivot, he went into him with the obvious idea of taking him so completely out of the play to prevent the double play. But having thrown such a beautiful block and knocked him down to the ground, Patek, who's a great runner and very alert, along with the third base coach, just kept on going, because Randolph just couldn't get up. He couldn't have thrown the ball.
Right. I agree with you, because he hit him right at the bag. He didn't go out of his way. Now, sometimes when you see a guy go way out of his way, way out to the right side, the Yankees, long before Charlie Finley ever thought of it, because Casey Stengel had such a great team in the 50s, they used to have a designated runner who did play football at Nebraska, and Bob Cerv. He was also a good hitter. But very often, Bob Cerv would be sent into at first base just to break up a double play, right?
They would use Bob for 2 things. One, to intimidate an infielder, to break up a double play, and the other, in the case of another player trying to break up a double play and going out of his way, they'd start a fight. And I remember one situation out in St. Louis happened to be Clint Courtney, who really's got a great sense of humor. I think he's passed away last year or so. But Clint had been traded away, and he actually said when he came up to the plate, "I'm going to get me somebody," because McDougal in the top of the 10th inning coming home didn't slide, but threw a block into Courtney and made him drop the ball and gave the Yankees the leading run. Courtney leads off last 10th inning, hits the right field screen. Bauer plays the rebound perfectly. Courtney had no chance. Even a Luke Brock had no chance of making a double out of it. But Courtney just kept on going, because he said, "I'm going to get me somebody." And he went for Rizzuto, who was taking the relay out on the grass beyond second base. And he spiked Phil up above the knee. And could have, spiked him up around the face or something like that. But anyway, 2 Yankees finally got hold of him, pulled his arms back, and Big Bob Cerv just hauled off and smacked him right in the middle of the face. I have to laugh at it now, because it didn't do any damage of a serious nature to Courtney, but that's another reason they used Bob Cerv.
Yeah, well remember. Well, we have you 2-2, in the sixth. And before we get to the last of the sixth, as they say in radio, here is we'll leave you.
You want me to tell you about the cricket shop?
I want Mel to throw in some good words for the cricket shop.
Fine. As a matter of fact, I've been telling a lot of the folks about the cricket shop. Long Island's 5 towns' most complete men's and boys' shop. And you'll find it at 112 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst. And I've been talking about it, I guess, for over a year. The president of the cricket shop is a loyal Yankee fan named Dick Kahn, and he told us the other day he had the greatest year ever last year and is beating all figures so far this year. As he says, it's like old times, baseball, the Yankees in the playoffs, and the cricket shop. Seriously, the cricket shop offers you a buying experience like no other men's and boys' shop. 3 levels of all the most creative fashions for men and boys at affordable prices. They have an exceptional shoe salon and tuxedo sales and rental department, too. And the cricket shop has just introduced Pastrami, I got it right that time. Pastrami, a fabulous ladies' boutique for the unusual and ultimate in fabric and design for the chic woman. And right now, the cricket shop also has a playoff special on vested corduroy suits, originally $110, now priced at just $84.90. So how about going on down to the cricket shop at 112 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, take the whole family, and tell them that John Sterling and Mel Allen sent you, will you? We'll appreciate that.
Now, as far as managerial strategy is concerned, and I tell my audience all the time, it's something I loved, Mel, all the years you did the Yankees. You always were managing. I don't mean you were second-guessing people, but I mean you were giving your thoughts, well, now, should they send in the pinch hitter here, really pitcher here? I thought Hassler was tiring. Or I thought he just was running out of steam because he was getting the ball up. And he doesn't have that kind of stuff. He doesn't have stuff like Guidry. He can get the ball up. And what I'm going to say eventually is I really agreed with Whitey Herzog, and Herzog is going to be knocked badly in the newspapers tomorrow. And I'd love to disagree with those writers. He might have chosen the wrong relief pitcher since he's got quite a few. But anyway, in the last of the 6th inning, it's tied at 2. Munson's on first base. I think he got a base hit. And with 1 out, Nettles struck out on a high pitch, and Munson got a base hit. Jackson was up, and Hassler got Jackson out. So I think he achieved the purpose, and I said to myself, well, I'll be surprised if Herzog, now that the lefties are through, they had 2 big righties coming up in Allen and Johnson, I would go for a right-hander in the bullpen. And Mel, that's what he did, and you know that Herzog is going to be knocked heavily. He took out Hassler, and he brought in Mark Littell.
Well, you know, just before you go further at that point, if you go back just an inning, 2/3 before that, in the 4th inning, and this is what a manager often will look at, Nettles, while he went out, hit the ball very close to the right center field fence, and Otis caught it. And after Munson looked at the 3rd strike, then Jackson belted one that almost came very close to going out. So you could see that where over the first 3 innings, Hassler was making him hit on the ground quite a lot.
Right.
All of a sudden,
they
were hitting that ball deeper and deeper and deeper. And then in the 5th inning is when Johnson hit that home run.
Right.
Then came a couple of base hits, the balk and the base hit. And so then in the 6th inning, again, there was a base hit. So he saw that the ball was rising. He was tiring, as you say. And I think it was a good move on his part.
Yeah, I really do. Now, I'm sure that in Kansas City, they're going to say, Doug Bird's been his top man. He should have brought in Bird then instead of Littell, or he should have brought in Mingori or whatever. But he brought in Littell, and Littell didn't have it. And here are the 2 guys that Martin put in his lineup. Piniella hit a line drive single, and that
Munson to 3rd.
Yeah, Munson went around to 3rd on the base hit, even though it was hit ahead of him to left field. And then Johnson hit a line drive double down the left field line, and Johnson got a run from Mayer then, and 1 going away, and the Yankees led 3-2, and 2nd and 3rd and 2 out. They gave Chambliss an intentional pass, the left-hand hitter, to bring up Randolph. And again, I thought that was a good move by Herzog.
Right.
And but the next batter up, Randolph.
After all, it was Chambliss who hit the home run off Littell that won last year's championship.
2nd and 3rd, though, and you set up a force on any base, and you set up a right-hand hitter like Randolph, and Willie's a good hitter, but he's not as good a hitter as Chambliss. And Randolph hit a hard ground ball which went through Brett's legs, and that was the game. That made it 5-2, and that was the game. And I'm sure that move is going to be heavily criticized, and I thought it was a good move.
I don't see how anybody knows a little bit about baseball. I don't claim to know all about it, so I don't want anybody to misunderstand me, but I think that was a perfect move on the part of any manager in that spot to put Chambliss on.
And bring in Littell, too.
And bring in
that's
Littell.
That's the
right.
question. That's what's going to be
Sure.
a question. And you know what? Since Hassler will never, in the history of this world, throw a pitch in this game from 2 outs in the 6th inning on, no one will ever know. So it's a very easy thing to say, well, Hassler had some problems. He was getting him out. There was 2 outs in the man on. Anyway, it really didn't matter because Guidry was that good. After the base hit by Patek in the 6th inning, he gave a base hit to White in the 3rd, a base hit to Patek in the 6th. He didn't give up a hit in the 7th and 8th, and in the 9th inning, a harmless single to Brett, and that was it. The Yankees scored another run in the 8th inning, and which Reggie Jackson set up on a single and a steal, and moving over to 3rd, Randolph got a base hit, and it was 6-2. And Mel, the Yankees have done what they absolutely had to do. I mean, no question, they absolutely had to win the game. And,
no question about that.
And now they've won it. And now it's a 3-game series in Kansas City, and the National League is a 3-game series in Philadelphia. We'll try to look ahead and talk. Well, we have about 14 more minutes, so we'll have a chance to look ahead and talk about Kansas City, then the 3 games that will be played, or the 2 out of 3 games that will be played in Kansas City in just a moment. Right now, this word for the Cricket Shop from Mel.
Before I do that, John, can I underscore something that you've been talking about up to now? The Royals, as you pointed out, were trying to run on the Yankees. No matter what position, they were trying to steal on Munson. And they were trying, in other words, to intimidate him again tonight early. And in that 3rd inning, there was an important play when McRae was the hitter. And you had men on base, and Munson called for a pitch out of McRae and caught a runner stealing. Remember that? That was a key play early.
Yes, it was, and that was after they scored the run.
Right.
And he called for the pitch at the right time. By the way, Dent made a hell of a play because Munson threw the ball on the ground.
Right.
And Dent got the short hop and put the tag on.
And you folks, you make quite a play too, and a good play by going out to do something I'm going to ask you to do. You know, some of the greatest Yankee fans are kids. They know every player, every number of each uniform, and usually know the batting order, starting pitcher of the teams that they root for. Well, the Cricket Shop in fashionable Cedarhurst specializes in youngsters. They dedicate themselves to making all of you young men out there look right and feel good about it. The Cricket Boys Shop offers one of the largest selections of suits, sports jackets, outerwear, shirts and jeans, everything you can think of. I think the largest selection in all of New York. They have top brands coming from such young men's designers as Pierre Cardin, Yves Saint Laurent, John White's, Mighty Mac, Robert Bruce, and many others. And right now, the president of the Cricket Shop, Dick Kahn, is offering a sensational Yankee playoff special for boys. All dungarees are discounted an incredible 50%. So I'd suggest you go on down to the Cricket Boys Shop located at 112 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, Long Island. Alterations are free, and Huskies and Slims are available too. By the way, they're open Wednesdays and Fridays till 9:30 p.m. And when you do go, be sure to tell them that John Sterling and Mel Allen sent you. Thank you. Johnny?
All right, Mel, we have about 11 minutes left or so. And the Yankees in this must game, and I'll tell you what, I was getting a little apprehensive when it was 1-0 in the 5th, and Hassler was getting him out, and when Johnson popped up, it looked like there was 2 outs. And you know, you start whenever a team is leading, or whenever the other team isn't hitting, you start thinking one team is can't be beaten.
He'd retired 11 in a row over a stretch in there.
As you said, there was ground ball, and the left-hand hitters weren't threatening him at all. And then that all changed, and then now the Yankees look like they're the superior team. If you don't hit, you can't win.
Pitching is the name of the game.
Really
final analysis.
Really is. Now, the Yankees go into Kansas City with Torres and Figueroa and probably Tidrow on Sunday. And I say probably. They may need Tidrow to step in early.
If they lose tomorrow, they'll need them all the next day.
That's right. Unless they're saving him for the junior prom. They lose Friday.
Did you find it interesting to see Hunter loosening up tonight?
Yeah, I think he was throwing for that purpose, to find out, can he pitch at all? Can he give him 2 innings? Because they're going to need a guy, if they run into trouble early, to pitch the 3rd or 4th or the 5th before Lyle can come in the 6th or 7th. I really wonder about Guidry. It's a very cool night. I don't know what the temperature is, but I bet the temperature isn't above 50 degrees. And I wonder how much it took out of Guidry. I mean, the arm can only take so much. I wonder if he could come back and pitch Sunday.
Well, if the adrenaline flows, as it generally does in this sort of thing, it might help him somewhat. But as you know, John, his case history, so to speak, has been that of going along brilliantly for, say, 6 innings, and then starting to fade a bit. But with the cooler weather and the fact that I don't know how many pitches he had to throw, but he was giving it everything he had. After all, he's only 26 years of age, and I think that now what's going to really happen, he'll just tell whoever goes out there, just give me everything you've got for as long as you can, and I'll bring somebody in.
Right. So Billy has to have Tidrow at the ready if Torres or Figueroa run into trouble early. And whereas Whitey Herzog has his pitching set, the split-off will pitch if there's a 5th game with 3 days rest. Right. Obviously, Leonard and Colborn go in the next 2 days, and everyone going into a game, every announcer for some reason wants to go back to records, history, tradition, etc., to give them a background. And you know what? The game tomorrow in both Philadelphia and Kansas City doesn't depend on, won't be influenced by anything that's ever happened before, because if you look at it on the surface, Philadelphia and Kansas City should win because they happen to play great in their home park. And I'm sure everyone's saying, hey, well, why can't they win 2 out of 3? You mean that you don't think they're going to win 2 out of 3? But I don't know why anyone would think that would happen. No one knows what's going to happen in the next 3 games. And the Yankees may be 1 pitcher short because they don't have that 1 or 2 extra guys in the bullpen.
Well, here's the case in point. Tonight, Hassler, as we had talked before the ball game got underway, does have a background of lack of control. But yet tonight, he had control.
Yeah.
And so how do you know what's going to happen? No one knows.
Yeah.
If we did know, you and I would be millionaires by tomorrow night, wouldn't we? We'd get up to syndicate.
Well, I tell you what, I told it to a caller a few days ago, when he was asking me about the outcome and for predictions. I said, if I knew, boy, I'd hawk everything I've got, and then retire. All right, how about Piniella and Johnson? Here's another thorny problem that Martin has to wrestle with, and I'm going to take you back. I am going to take you back very quickly here.
Okay.
Now, I know you'll remember this. Casey Stengel wasn't the first of anything. Everything has been done all throughout life, but Stengel, seeing how McRae managed when he was a Giant many years ago, certainly developed to a fine art, platooning, because he had so many good ball players. He had what it was called the Yankee irregulars surrounding Mano and Barrett. And in the 56 series, when the Dodgers would pitch a left-hander, he'd play Howard in left field and Scarron at first. And when they'd pitch a right-hander, he'd play Slaughter in left and Mize or Collins at first. And in the last game, when it got to the 7th game, the game that Cooks pitched, Stengel, visited by someone from another planet in the morning, decided to go with his 2 right-hand hitters in Ebbets Field against a right-hand pitcher.
I think the reason for that was, well, I'm sure what the reason was. It was easier to hit one out of Ebbets Field into the left field seats than it was over that high wall in right field. And he played percentages right to the hilt.
Yeah.
In fact, he would send up Enos Slaughter to bat pinch hit against a left-hand pitcher, and everybody said, why did you do that? Well, he played with that fellow out there in St. Louis long enough to know the left-hander could hit a left-hander. interpreting Stengel, that fellow out in St. Louis was music.
Right. They saw was left-handers.
Everybody run to write the notes.
Right.
And he'd say, gee, they didn't wait long enough for me to finish. He said, there is one type of left-hander I won't throw him up there against. And that's the guy that throws real good, a real good sidearm left-hander. Right. I won't pinch hit him against him.
Yeah.
See, so he had everything down to very fine art.
For those who don't know, and sometimes you have to go back because everyone doesn't go back like we do in the recall of these great Yankee World Series games. In that 7th game, although they didn't need it, it was the game when Barry hit the 2-2-run homers in the 1st and 3rd, and Don Newcomb slugged the parking attendant as he was leaving.
He had one off his right ear, another one low outside. I don't blame Newcomb being angry.
But Howard hit a home run to right field of all places, which he did. Now, Howard and Skowron had to learn to hit to right field because of Yankee Stadium.
They had good power to right center.
Right.
Yeah.
Later in the game, Skowron hit a grand slam home run, so there was Casey. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is Martin has to decide, do I put in Roy White in left field, which then makes him DH either Piniella or Cliff Johnson, or do I leave it with Piniella and Cliff Johnson, who are really hot, who have really hot bats? So I'll tell you, this is going to displease a good friend of mine, Roy White, and a good friend of yours, but I would like to bet that I wouldn't like to bet at all. I don't know what that means, but in short series,
wager.
You go with hot hitters, don't you?
Yes.
And I would kind of expect Piniella and Johnson to both play.
I would, too. The only thing that might enter my mind at this point is to try and start out with as good a defense as you can at the outset. And if you maybe get ahead a little bit, or if you don't get ahead, or you're staying even, you've got something to throw in there in the sense of power. It's one of those things that's, we could sit here and talk about that all night. I know that Joe McCarthy, when I first started out, said, forget murderers, or what we went on is defense.
Right.
Stengel the same way. Any good manager will tell you that's what you went on.
Yeah.
So,
before Mel talks about the cricket shop, I do want to say one thing. It's fun when you see a team play. In Kansas City, we don't see the Royals play all that much, and I haven't seen them play since August. And I'll tell you who's impressed me in the 2 games. Now we're going to see him for at least 2 more, maybe 3 more games, and that's Frank White. He is a marvelous fielding second baseman, and they've improved a lot since White became their second baseman. Well, we have a couple minutes to go, and before we continue, here's Mel for the cricket shop.
The cricket shop, Long Island's great place to go shopping for you men and boys. The most complete men's and boys shop at 112 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst. I've been talking about it for a long while. The president is Dick Kahn. He's a great Yankee fan, and he's celebrating these fabulous playoff specials. Pierre Cardin wool blend fall baseball jackets, regularly $80, now just $40. Pierre Cardin wool blend toggle coats with hoods, regularly $110. They are playoff priced at only $55. And vested corduroy suits, regularly $110, are now just $84.90. It's just like old times, baseball, the Yankees, and the cricket shop. And as Dick Kahn says, all number 1. The cricket shop offers a buying experience like no other men's and boys shop. You'll find 3 levels of all the most creative fashions, including an exceptional shoe salon and tuxedo rental and sales department. So, how about going on down to the cricket shop at 112 Spruce Street in fashionable Cedarhurst? Take the entire family and tell them that John Sterling and Mel Allen sent you. We'll certainly appreciate it, and I know Dick Kahn will. John?
Okay, tomorrow afternoon, the Phillies and Dodgers. Bert Hooton will pitch for the Dodgers, and the young right-hander Larry Christensen, who won 19 games this year, he really throws hard, will pitch for the Phils. And tomorrow night, the Yankees will go with Mike Torres, and Kansas City will pitch their number 1 pitcher, right-hander Dennis Leonard. We're going to do something a little different after the 7 o'clock news tomorrow night when we begin our pregame show. I'll be in New York, and Mel will be in Miami, where he's going to do Hurricane football on Saturday. Who are you playing Saturday?
Kansas.
Of
the Big 8.
All right. And so we will see you after the 7 o'clock news, approximately about 7:15, I would guess. And if the phone lines are working and there's no hurricane.
You're going to be away,
there.
too.
Yeah.
We'll be all over this.
We'll be in Baltimore on Saturday. So, Mel, I can congratulate you on a big win tonight. And And we'll talk to you from Miami. Have a good trip tomorrow, and we'll talk to you tomorrow evening.
Thank you very much, John. It's always a pleasure working with you. I hope you folks will drop us a note and let us know a little bit about what you might like us to talk about.
Right.
If you don't like what we have been talking about, let us hope that this series continues through the 5
We'll
games.
see you tomorrow, right after the 7 o'clock news. This is John Sterling. Have a good night.